Hello, everybody, and I think, yeah, we're live now. I don't think there should be anything else going on, but hello and welcome to Rockingham Speedway, where we are back once again. I can't believe it's already been almost, or actually, it's been well over a year since the last one we ran, but the second annual Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation, the one that started it all, is set to go once again for 500 laps, 508 miles around Rockingham tonight. Blake McCandless, Josh Mendoza. We'll have a couple other guests kind of stopping in throughout the race on the call with you here tonight. And, well, Josh, like we said, this is kind of the one that started it all a year ago. These 87 cars in Rockingham is a match made in heaven, makes for one heck of a challenge for these drivers, and many of them coming back for the second trip around to get their first trip to Victory Lane tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long race here. It's going to be, 500 laps around the rock. It's going to be focus, determination. You're going to need it all in order to end up on that victory lane that's just beyond pit road on the front stretch right there. So it's just, we saw it last time, Blake, that it's not going to be a short race. Focus is going to be the most difficult thing that you're going to need to just maintain. We have a lot of big players out there that we've already seen go to victory lane for these events, and they're continuing right where they left off. I'm looking at the timing charts right now. Kevin McAdams, Frisch, and Butler right now are the top three in qualifying, with just a few seconds left here. And I think that right there tells you that in order to end up in that victory lane, you're not only going to need to maintain that focus, you're also going to need to overcome a very difficult barricade and some very, very skilled drivers.
No doubt about it. That is going to be the key for these drivers tonight. And, looking at the practice times, and, it's kind of the same of what we saw last year, particularly qualifying. That's what's going on right now. Drivers getting their single, or what would be a single qualifying lap in. You can run 2 laps, but here at Rockingham, well, guess what? That second lap going to be a whole heck of a lot slower than that initial lap. And it looks like as qualifying wraps up, we'll have a brief 5-minute warm-up session. But the time spread is quite significant when you look out at these drivers and how they're able to manage this racetrack. Again, it is very hot. It is very slick, a little bit hotter and slicker than what we had last year. The setup is a little bit looser, at least. I don't know how many of these drivers remember last year. It wasn't tight, but you could see the track temperature right there. That is going to be the key for these drivers in this race. 134 degrees is scorching hot in sim. It's July 6th, middle of the day, just right at 2 o'clock here for this warm-up session. So, yeah, for these drivers, that is going to be the key here at Rockingham, a hot, slick racetrack to start. But as we go later into the day, I think we're going to see this track go through a major change, and that was a big part of the race last year was, many of the drivers that we had last season that decided to come back. Mention, Josh, how you kind of had to adjust to how this racetrack drove, going from kind of being a bottom-heavy track early on to, well, later in the race, you kind of had to figure out how to run the middle, how to run the top at both ends of this racetrack.
Yeah, you can't be static. You got to constantly be searching for that all that grip that's on that track. You saw the track temperature there, so hot. I mean, last week we heard Dale Jr. talking about the hot asphalt in the center of North Wilkesboro, making it feel like an absolute sauna comparative to the overall air temperature. And that's no different for on that track. That blacktop that you see them racing on right there is going to be very warm. That groove over the course of the race is going to shift all over the place, and it's going to take a lot of time just for it to make those moves. But you're going to have to be searching, because you never know when that move is really going to start to occur, and you just got to be prepared for it. Can't be static in your driving style. You can't expect the bottom to work at the end of the race just because it did at the start of the race, Blake.
Adaptability is going to be the name of the game, and surviving is going to be a key point that we'll talk about as well. Being able to get your Goodyear Eagles all the way through a tire run. Now, one thing that's going to be a little bit different is there have been quite a few updates to this car since the last time we ran them about a year ago, and particularly how long these tires can last. Last year, it was about 70 or 80 laps max before these tires would start to blow, and you couldn't go any longer than about 70 or 80 laps. It was the tires that was going to limit the length of your run. Well, that's not the case this year. The tire life, through some of the updates that they've done, are much longer than what they were a year ago. So now you're probably looking at going as long as you can on fuel, or perhaps not even that. So how you want to try to split this race up? We've seen a lot of green flag runs over the events that we've done. We saw it at Auto Club. We saw it in the All-In 650 at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Yankee 600 at Michigan last year, and even in this race, Josh. But it was strategy that kind of made the big difference in this race last year, and a couple of drivers that were really able to take advantage of that. Landon Castle, Brian Blackford a year ago. That it ended up being a game of kind of how long could you stay out? How long could you make your tires last before a caution would have come out? Well, again, a bit of a difference here that you're going to be able to go a little bit longer on fuel and on the life of these tires. So more variables for these drivers to think about for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, the tires are going to last a little bit longer. It's more fuel based at the moment, but that doesn't mean that they're not limited in how many tires they can take if they want to go down that route. 11 tire sets on the pit box if they so choose to go through all of those. It's 500 laps. That's I could see myself if I'm in a situation where I'm overdriving that car, and I can tell you right now, if I was in this race, I would probably end up overdriving the car, needing those tire sets. So that's just something you got to be on the lookout for, making sure that you're maintaining the amount of tire sets that you have available to you, and that you can make it all the way to the end of the race. And you also mentioned that attrition, Blake. 0 fast repairs for these drivers. So got to be careful. Don't want to overdrive it to the point where you're causing your car to wreck. You're going to have to sit through, and you'll have plenty of time to think about what you did out on track if you cause your car to wreck, because you're going to have to sit there and go through all of those required repairs.
And again, this is the second race of the Underdog Fantasy 87 Championship Series. And, of course, one of the great things we get to do in this series is benefit a specific charity in each of these races. And, of course, just like we did last year, this race benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. You'll see a link kind of scroll across in chat throughout the night. So, of course, if you feel so inclined, we'd love and appreciate if you were able to give a little bit to the Dale Earnhardt Jr. Foundation. They've raised over $11 million in the past to benefit charities that directly impact our communities, schools, and fellow citizens, primarily through Make-A-Wish, one of many organizations that the Dale Jr. Foundation has supported in the past. And each charitable organization focuses on areas that are important to Dale Jr., like helping kids, schools, and underprivileged communities. So again, if you feel so inclined, we'd love for you to jump in on that. Every driver that is out there on the racetrack tonight has taken part in those donations, and we're just happy to be able to do it for a good cause tonight and to be able to come together and have some fun while doing so. Well, it's about time that we advance this session. And, we're going to get things started here in just a couple of moments by laying out our starting grid for tonight's running of the Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. And, well, through qualifying, some very familiar names in these 87 cars at the front of the field. Should be no shocker that it is Kevin McAdams with the fastest time, a 25.569 second clip around Rockingham tonight. He goes pole position with Michael P. Frisch starting to his outside, who was, well, he's won a couple of these 87 events that we've been doing in the past. Sean Butler will start on the inside of road number 2. It'll be Ryan Andrew, who nearly won the World 600 a year ago, who will start to his outside in the 4th position. Going 5th tonight will be Tumi Toika, followed by a late entry today in Gabe Wood, who will start in 6th. Going off 7th tonight will be Brett Pancari. It'll be David L. Brown, 87 extraordinaire, who will start in the 8th position. Chris Wetz will go 9th, and Tal Owen will round out the top 10, Josh.
Yeah, we got Ronnie Osmer here lined up 11th with Justin Smith on his outside. Gilles Chatelain coming from across the pond to race in this race with Art Reimer joining him on his outside. We got Tristan Baker and Scott Rickard going to be taking up row number 8 right there. Aaron Russell and Blake Reynolds, Coke Series driver, going to be lining up 18th on that outside row. Austin Minnick and Josh Chrisman. Blake.
21st will be Jamil Hawkins. Owen DeGroot will roll off 22nd. Dylan Picklesmeyer in 23rd. Desi Desitel will start 24th. JB Ritchie Price 25th. Steve O'Leaf 26th. 27th will be John Douglas. Aaron Smith 28th. 29th will be Justin Malillo. Cole Freilich in 30th. And yeah, I don't think Joey Beck will be making his trip out to Rockingham tonight. So 30 cars strong for 500 laps around this racetrack. And, well, strap in, grab a cold drink, because this is going to be a long one, but a fun one. We're glad to have you for tonight's coverage of the Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation on eRacer. As well, there goes the pace car. I was wondering if we were going to get another lap around, but the field will work into the hands of Kevin McAdams. And we are underway for 500 laps here at Rockingham tonight with Kevin McAdams and Michael P. Frisch working their way down into turn number 1.
We will quickly see them single file their way out through the field. They don't want to be spending a lot of side-by-side time here. Those lanes are not necessarily as wide open in the beginning on a super clean track. Going to be probably burning tires off. Actually, Frisch making that outside line work. Going to pass for the lead. Blake leads lap number 1.
So Frisch will come around. He'll lead lap 1, and he leads a long line of race cars that have all, at least early on here, Josh, have elected to go to the bottom side of the racetrack, and that track temperature continuing to creep up. It is now up to 136 degrees. To start this race. So again, the temperature climb has not ceased yet. It's 213 in the sim. So you have to imagine we'll be rolling off for, I would say, the next 2 hours or so in conditions that are going to be similar to this, as well as with every single event that we have run, we start on a green racetrack, so all of the rubber that's been built up over the course of practice, over the course of qualifying, and even in the warm-up session, well, all of that gets wiped off the racetrack to allow these grooves to develop as naturally as possible, and wherever rubber builds up, it's because of where the drivers run. I think you're going to see here early on, well, as a result of that, a lot of tire wear, and again, we'll see a lot of rubber buildup here in kind of the middle and outside groove as you can see this side-by-side battle. Brett Pancari, there he is, trying to make his way around the outside for the 12th spot.
A little bit of housekeeping over here. Cole Freilich did miss the grid, is not in the session, so we won't be sure if we'll be seeing him tonight. And John Douglas got a little tight into turn number 1 about 2 laps ago and fell back to the back of the pack, is now the caboose of this train.
So Douglas falls on back. Butler elected to take the top side that last lap and may have scraped the outside wall. But again, this battle for 12th rages on. As you can see, Baker able to make his way by. Gains 1 spot there.
Looking behind on the, you see him right ahead right there. There's a little bit of a gap starting to form here, Blake, that I'm a little bit concerned for Ronnie Osmer. He seems to be just a little bit slower. I'm not sure how long they're going to be patient with him, especially Gilles Chatelain right behind him as we see a battle for the lead.
Side by side for the lead, and it's not going to be a battle for very long. Sean Butler to the top of the charts. He takes control of the race lead over Michael P. Frisch and gets out by quite a distance utilizing that top side. And I think at a certain point, these drivers are going to realize how important it is to run up there. And in fact, at both ends of the racetrack, Sean Butler is going to test the waters there on the top side. Frisch, looks like he may have gotten a piece of the wall there off of turn number 4. Kind of where the safer barrier and the outside retaining wall kind of match. It's deceiving here at this racetrack, so I think that's an occurrence we're going to see happen a couple times here tonight.
Yeah, it was really interesting seeing them take those other lanes. They have so many tires, and Blake, you said that the tire wear was not really your limiting factor here. You have I'll just say it, Blake, I know you have experience using that outside lane to pass a lot of people here at this track. one of the few people that have the audacity to do it. Do you think that outside lane is going to be a long-term viable thing, or do you think Sean's tires are going to be screaming for some sort of mercy here shortly?
Well, I know the thinking was last year that you couldn't really go up there early enough in the race when the track was green because it was just going to do such a number on your tires. But again, we're kind of in this weird space where instead of last year where you would go about 70 or 80 laps and then the life of the tire, it was at zero. There was no longer that you could run, not quite having to worry about that. So I wonder if the speed that's up there, because I think undoubtedly the outside, especially 1 and 2, if you can run it well, is going to be tougher, or it's going to be much quicker. We see a little bit of jostling back here in the pack. It's about lap 10 or so, Josh. This is about when things you'd imagine that they would get a little sketchy with some drivers that we saw sliding around in practice. This is about the time that they would start to do so, about 10 laps into the run. And oh, by the way, track temperature has climbed up a little bit to 137 degrees. It has not ceased yet.
Yeah, it looks like the temperature is going to continue to climb. You see that partly cloudy right there. That means that it's mostly sunny. Is truly what that weather actually means. So that temperature is going to continue to rise. You may occasionally see it drop down as we'll have our occasional cloud friend stop on by and give us a little bit of cooler temperatures. But there's not that many out there. There's one big one on the picture back there, and we'll see if that becomes a factor. But track temperature is going to continue to rise. Chris Wetz, a couple laps ago, fell out of the top 10, moving up Ronnie Osmer into the 10th position. And it seems like most of these battles that we're seeing, Blake, I would say are more just, here, go on by. I'm not looking to battle you. There's not really much at stake here. 500 laps. Seems like there's a lot of patience out there on the field.
No, for sure, and I think that's what we've really come to expect in these events, and why I love doing them so much, that we see a lot of long green flag runs. We allow this strategy to work out for these drivers. I think it makes it fun, it makes it enjoyable, and it's just kind of a different experience than what you would typically see on iRacing, where you're normally loading into 50-lap races or so, and you're having to really be up on the wheel the entire time. You're having to be aggressive. Well, that's not exactly the approach to running one of these races. I know Landon Huffman was talking about it a year ago in this race, and he said, I love running these races because so many things have to go right for you to win these races or to run well in them. And that's the draw, that's the allure, and why so many of these events that we have many of the same folks continue to come on back, as we once again see these two up at the front of the field battling for the race lead. Michael P. Frisch, Sean Butler. Once again, Frisch is just going to clear Butler off of turn number 2, so second leads change of the night. We'll see Frisch go back to the race lead.
This is really interesting because we have two different varying strategies, it appears. You got Frisch and Butler right here going at it like just two bulls at each other right now. And then you got Kevin McAdams, almost a second back, looking like he's almost trying to preserve those tires. Doesn't want to go out there and be a part of this lead battle. Probably trying to go for the long run strategy, Blake.
And Kevin put this to good use last year and fell back throughout the field. Isn't quite having to do that yet, but I think not being stubborn, but being committed to what you were talking about, that long run strategy, I think is going to be key for him tonight. As you see Timu Toika back here in the 8th position. Haven't really seen a whole lot of changes just inside or outside the top 10. Everybody kind of running where they were at the beginning of the race. We've seen Brett Pancari kind of fall back a couple of positions since the drop of the green flag. He started 7th. He's in 15th now. Blake Reynolds, somewhat surprising for him, started 18th and has only gotten up to 16th. Somebody that was competitive in the Rockingham 508 last year, nearly won the Gen 4 World 600 we did at Charlotte about a month or so ago. But he's somebody, I think, at later stages of this race, as he takes another spot from Pancari and goes up to 15th. I think he's somebody that may have something to say about this one before the night's end.
Yeah, I've been following Reynolds just throughout this run, and it was interesting. It seemed like he let those guys all around him kind of go real hard in the beginning of the run, and then about 10 laps in is when he started to methodically start to work his way towards the front of this field. It's been probably a position every 3 or 4 laps since then, and he's just slowly working his way forward, not overdriving those corners, getting a good diamond through turns 1 and 2, bringing it nice and down through the middle of the corner, off corner exit, and this gives him a great exit. You'll see, just look at that gap get closer and closer and closer. Takes maybe 1 or 2 laps to get there, and then he'll be there, and he'll just make a pass. And it's slow, methodical. It's the Blake Reynolds way.
Wanted to give you a good shot of the exact line that he's running, as you can see him feathering the throttle again, trying to take care of those rear tires, at least early on in the race. As we mentioned a couple of times, that won't be the case for long as the sun continues to set and we continue to get later into this race. Imagine that track will cool down and the car will start handling a little bit differently, but these drivers will be tasked at being fast at both ends of that. 22 laps in so far. We still are, well, we're still under the green flag so far, so 22 laps to get this one started for 500 laps, 508 miles at Rockingham tonight. Is it's getting
close.
Yeah.
It was incredible. The corner exit speed between Tristan Baker and Blake Reynolds almost caused a major issue there. As you see Tristan starting to fall back, that gives Blake Reynolds plenty of open air and open space to kind of work his way towards. It looks like Chris Wetz in P11, who has kind of stopped his hemorrhage of positions and are just maintaining P11 now.
Pancari side by side. He's going to take another spot from Chatelaine. Pancari's had a interesting opening couple of laps, and you can see exactly how he's taking this race in, the VR headset and everything, which I have to imagine, Josh, I'm not somebody that's really used the VR headset before with sim racing, but I got to imagine these type of races, and Brett comes out for nearly all of them. This has got to be quite a strain on the eyes to be hooked up to one of these things for as long as these races take. They're usually about 4 hours in length, and I'd have to imagine that is just that's a really long time to be hooked up to one of these VR machines and driving. As you can see, it gives his arms a little bit of a rest off of turn 2.
Yeah, eyes definitely are a concern, but my concern would be his neck. You got to hold the big headset on your head. Yeah, I mean, my head gets a little tired with my over-the-ear headphones after about 3 hours. I have to take them off, and that thing is literally pulling the front of your face down the whole entire time. As we see a slow car on the outside, I think that's Tristan Baker. He'll get himself sorted, but yeah, Blake, that is a long time to be in VR, and that is something that's just impressive to me.
It is. You saw Tristan Baker right there, got a piece of the wall and kind of got stuck in it. That's kind of the push and tug of running that outside lane, is that it's very fast, but it can also be quite treacherous if you go up there and run a little bit too high, get your car stuck in the wall. So you see Baker kind of on the opposite end of that. Is somebody directly behind him? Sounds like I heard a little bit of a scrape. I think it was Art Reimer in that 49 car that may have just tagged that as well. And Art Reimer, definitely somebody that loves running in these races, does a lot outside of just of what we're doing in terms of raising funds for the multiple charities that we are involved with this 87 Tour. Does a lot of work, and cool to kind of read about some of the stories, the unique paint schemes that he brings out on the track.
A bit of a battle kind of developing for the 6th position, and quickly approaching this battle is the I believe that's the 66 of Blake Reynolds. You see right here they are battling really, really close. It's going to be a pretty epic battle here.
That it is. Reynolds, you can see how well that car drives through the center of the corner in 4.
Oh, got a couple of 66 on track. That's Justin R. Smith. This is the battle for 4th.
Oh,
I got all sorts of confused. I was like, man, that does not look like the battle I see over here, but hey, I might be behind.
Well, yeah, we do have a lot of different drivers, different numbers out here. You see all the sun drop gear that Justin's got representing there. Seen a lot of. I mean, I know I was at North Wilkesboro last week, but man, I have seen a lot of green T-shirts, more than any human probably should over the last week or so.
I can attest to that. There was a lot of Sundrop merchandise out at North Wilkesboro over the weekend, and it was very entertaining to see. My personal favorite, seeing a Landon Huffman T-shirt. That was a pleasant surprise.
You know, I saw one of those at Richmond last year. Just happened to be walking around outside of the racetrack and saw a Landon Huffman shirt. And you never know where you'll see race fans are pretty much everywhere. And they'll follow their favorite driver, even if it's to a NASCAR Cup Series weekend. Smith not able to make the move just yet on Ryan Andrew. David L. Brown has worked his way up a couple of spots. He's up into the fourth position. No shocker there. He's somebody that puts in a lot of time for these events, and if there's anything that's running in the 87 car, David knows every adjustment, every little thing about this race car. In fact, we ran a race here, it would have had to have been a year and a half ago or so. Roush Performance put on a race here. It was open setup. I finished second, and, well, David Brown, he was the one that won.
Oh, my goodness.
Sat McAdams, who was way out. No, I think that was Frisch that was way out of shape.
Yeah, Frisch has been slowly falling back. He was about a second back about 5 laps ago from Butler, and it seems like Butler is just continuing to put a clinic on. Really giving me reminiscent vibes of being at North Wilkesboro watching Kyle Larson drive away.
Kevin, we were talking with him a little bit earlier, and he said with the setup and the way it works and just how Rockingham drives and who we have in this field, he was not going to be surprised if Sean was kind of the favorite for this race, which, again, we've had Sean for all of our events. Was competitive in the 508 last year before an incident took him out of the running. He was in the booth for the end of it. Of course, we all know, well chronicled, is Gabe Wood has pulled it off the racetrack after some contact, and we're going to stay green. He said, his wheel came unplugged.
That's unfortunate. He was running 11th at the time.
Again, he was stopped on the racetrack, so no caution. And I mean, I know some people feel kind of differently about it, but I appreciate the quick tow here. And yeah, he said his wheel came unplugged, and yeah, you can see it right there. Full lock, and he's trying his best to get it slowed down, and he does, and is able to pull it off the racetrack. But, man, tough for Gabe. He was excited. Again, was somebody that was messaging me today, hey, can I still run in that race that you're running? And he was excited to do so, so tough luck. But, again, that's one of those things. You talk about a race that's this length that tests the equipment and the desk sometimes that you're racing with. It's different in all aspects for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it so many times in the past that these endurance races, it's definitely a test of the human mind of just not losing focus, but it's the test of the hardware. We've seen it time and time again in the past, a hardware failure taking the driver out of the race. And you might say, oh, that's kind of lame. That's not fun. But I think it's awesome. I think it's really, really interesting when a hardware failure occurs. It sucks for the driver, but it also, it's realistic in real life. Brake rotor failures, engine failures, that's all things that are a major player in a long, long race like this. And it's all about preparedness for the race. Have you made sure that your wheel is in a good position that it can go for that long, and that it'll be locked and it's tight, that the cord isn't taut, stuff like that. It's the little things that are going to be the make it or break it for getting you into victory lane.
That is the case, as again we continue to roll along here. The Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. The first 40, or I guess we've completed 39 laps. We're on lap number 40 right now. Have all been completed under the green flag. Only one driver off the racetrack right now, and well, that's Gabe Wood. He said the power release is informing us in the chat as we see a little bit of 3 wide action right now. Yeah, Blake Reynolds able to get a couple of spots. We were talking about it being Reynolds a little bit earlier. Well, guess what? That is Reynolds as he goes by Smith and Andrew. to get up into the top 5. But Gabe informing us in the chat, the power cord is loose and was loose just the right amount when he corrected that race car. So tough luck for you, Gabe. But again, we appreciate you keeping it off the wall or out of harm's way. So we continue to run under the green flag as a result of that.
This is a masterclass for Blake Reynolds right now. Started 18th. We're not even to the point where if you were just trying to do a tire run and make it equal tires all the way to the end, and he's already made his way up into the P4 position, passing David L. Brown here as we got one in the inside wall. It's a 71 machine.
It's Chris Wetz.
Yeah, Chris Wetz. He's been struggling. He was able to stop the hemorrhage for a little while, but it appears that he is now continuing to fall back.
And it looks like he just got a little bit loose off of 2, and he tagged the inside wall. And he's got the dreaded meatball there for a little bit of damage on the left front of his race car. So, again, no contact with anybody. But he's certainly trying to find a way to get down and off the racetrack and onto the pit lane to either get that car repaired or perhaps call it an evening. We'll see it one more time. Goes to the high side of 1 and 2. You're going to see him get loose, and he's going to chase the car down all the way to the inside wall. And there you see the contact right there.
Probably broke some sort of suspension component. If not, just a flat tire. He'll take it down pit road here. Now, not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, he'll be a lap down. But there is plenty of opportunity for him to make some of those laps back here in this race. And the fact is we're right at that window. If you were trying to do even runs on tires, you could come down here, 45, 46. That'll get you all the way to the end of the race just on those sets of tires. It's Frisch. I'm watching Frisch. He is battling a massive loose condition. But right now on screen, you got Aaron Smith here making a maneuver right now underneath the 38 machine of Josh Christman. See, Blake Reynolds was able to get by Michael Frisch, move Blake to the podium position.
So Blake has moved up several positions, started in 18th and is already up to 4th and now up to 3rd as he gets by Michael Frisch. And, really curious that, the kind of the going wisdom in these races is, you got to be on look at how loose that Michael Pete Frisch is. I don't know how much longer he's going to try to hang on to that. And again, we're in this position where, because it's a long race, you can kind of change things up in terms of the strategy, how many times you want to stop. I would think, at least through some of the laps that I was running a little bit earlier, the fuel window for me was about 100 to 105 laps, depending on how hard you wanted to push the race car. Now, again, that changes. I was running the inside lane in practice, so I doubt that will be the same case for Butler. But even last year, we saw a lot of differing strategy. We saw some drivers pitting on lap 50 because they know that they had 11 sets of tires in the pits to try and change out. And that's what's gonna be really interesting. We get to about lap 100 or so. I'd love to see how these things play out and where we're going to see some strategy. Because the other thing is here, no shocker, the fall off is significant at this racetrack. Just within the first 15 laps or so, I'll take a look at Sean Butler's times, for example. He was running 26.6s to start and was running 20 laps later about a second off or so, which, honestly, I'd say that's a lot of saving the Butler's doing at the early part of the run. But the fall off is so dramatic here, and it continues for quite a distance in the run, that I don't really know if there's one specific strategy that's better than the other than, if you watch this race last year, what a great save by Justin Smith as he had a little bit of contact there with Osmer.
Yeah, that was a beautiful save. Now, Blake, I'm looking at our timing charts, and you want to know, I've noticed something that's incredibly interesting. And this is specifically looking back at Blake Reynolds again. His best lap time is 3.5 or 3/10 slower than Sean Butler's fastest lap time. And that typically is going to happen at the beginning of the run. And currently, his last times have been consistently 1/10 to 2/10 of a second faster He's gone from 3.6 seconds down to 2.7 seconds, and now it's 2.3. You see that right there. He is continuing to close this gap, and he has been nothing but tire management this entire run. I think that early battle between Frisch and Butler is now starting to serve its penalty for the 32 Pennzoil machine.
Well, I think what's really impressive is the fact, as you see, Reynolds is able to get by Desitel, is the fact that we saw drivers spinning in practice to the degree that I thought maybe we needed to change the setup at the last second because the track was going to be hot. This is a pretty loose setup. And I thought, well, we were going to drop the green flag, and all of a sudden we're just going to be wrecking all over the place. That has not been the case in this race. Everybody's managed to hold it together right now for 53 laps and continuing. I'll knock on wood right now to not end this long run. But just surprised that all these drivers who were struggling like crazy to make 10 laps in practice have managed to figure it out and go about 54 laps. As we can see this battle going on. Ryan Andrew able to go by Ronnie Osmer as well, by David L. Brown.
Yeah, this is an interesting little battle they got going on behind him. David L. Brown is kind of maintaining a position, but I think he went through his tires a lot quicker. He is not able to get down to the throttle off of corner exit quite as much, and that is holding up Timu directly behind him. I would not be shocked if someone doesn't send him just a little bit to the wall here. I mean, yeah, he can't get down to throttle just as best as these two other drivers can behind him.
It's a good little battle right here. 4 or 5 cars all kind of thrown under a blanket here in 3 and 4. The rest of the field somewhat kind of left to their own devices, but Brown's going to go up top. You'll see Toyka all the way down to the bottom as nearly contact behind them as Smith shuts the door on Andrew. That was that was close quarters coming down to the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's really tight racing right now as we see them getting really close there. So they almost peaked 3 wide there, but Justin Smith thought better of it. Never mind. Justin's going to go all the way to the bottom. Going to try to get 2 for the price of 1. Manages to clear the 83.
Oh, man.
Timu's still on that outside and a little 3 wide behind him. Oh, David L. Brown just lost 4 spots in a matter of a quarter and a half.
Yeah, Brown gets the worst end of it as they were 3 wide. Smith is going to take that spot, what looks like from Timu, although Timu is still to his outside. So 2 by 2, this has been an incredible battle to watch. And you can see it on board here from David L. Brown. Drivers using every single lane, about 4 or 5 of them that you could see maybe in turns 3 and 4. And they're using every bit of it here at Rockingham, 58 laps into this one.
Yeah, they are. There is every lane available to these drivers. Tire saving. What's that? Throw that out of the window. We don't need that where we're going. We're trying to go towards the front of the pack, and these guys are absolutely making it happen. As we see the 88, he starts to slide to the outside, going to try and carry that run off the corner exit to get around Timu.
There's one driver that made their way onto the pit lane and is exiting right now. That was
Desitelo, I think, is the one that came down, 62 machine.
Yep, she comes off of the pit lane and will be the beneficiary of having 55 lap fresher tires. So can imagine at some point this is directly, or she's directly behind Reynolds and McAdams right now. And well, that 62 car, well, it's going to be blowing by these two in relatively short order. Is there, you can see the Buick that is pulled up to the back of Kevin McAdams. Again, goes what was already a lap down, lost another 2 laps under or coming down during green flag conditions, but you can see the payoff right there is Desitel able to make 2 passes in what looks like those drivers are standing still. That's how much tires matter here.
Last time through 1 and 2, the 33 machine of Owen DeGroot got that outside wall, was able to get it going, no factor, not going to bring a caution out. Just, I guess you could say he got his Rockingham stripe.
if that's something to call it. Again, not too many, strips of red paint around the outside wall here to
Whoa!
kind of.
The 62 machine, Desi's going to lose it right in front of our front 2 drivers, going to get it together. Wow.
Well, and just as quickly as she came down and got 4 fresh tires, got in front and got a little bit loose. Great save, drove it onto the apron, no caution with being able to collect that, but unfortunately she may have just ran all the good off of those good years. Let's take a look at it one more time. I think she just got in the corner a little bit too hot, wanted to get in front of Justin Malillo, and then used a lot of brake to kick that thing sideways. And, that's just kind of typical, trying to get the tires up to temperature and all that. So tough there for Desi. We'll have to see if she hangs on. You can see a little bit of right front damage, but all in all, so good, although the right rear tire may not be such a big fan. Meanwhile, Blake Reynolds has passed Kevin McAdams for second, and I thought that we were going to have Reynolds chasing down Butler in short order. It hasn't exactly happened yet, although Butler starting to kind of get into the depths of some lap traffic right now. So Reynolds able to make up a little bit of time. It's down to about 1.2 seconds now. McAdams in third. Frisch has fallen back tremendously. At this point, he's about 6 seconds back or so. That's a little bit of a shocker there, Josh.
Yeah, he's just continuing to fall back. This is not what we expect for Frisch. It is just absolutely a free fall of positions, and we see Chris Wetz is going to come down pit road. I think we're going to go ahead and Blake, you got this guy right here. He's coming down pit road. Do you think that's just a matter of his tires are completely destroyed?
Maybe. I mean, we saw Wetz on pit road a little bit earlier to fix the damage, so I think this may be a situation where you're looking to call it quits. Not quite sure. But nevertheless, Wetz will continue to make his way down to the pit lane before what we imagine will be green flag stop. 67 laps into the Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation, and right now it is all Sean Butler as we continue to march on here at Rockingham. And they are nearly side by side for the race lead. Blake Reynolds has run down Sean M. Butler here at Rockingham for the top spot. Meanwhile, Kevin McAdams kind of starting, I think, what we're going to see from these race leaders, a green flag cycle of pit stops as Butler able to escape now from Reynolds by a couple of car lengths.
Yeah, this has been an epic battle as we see Kevin McAdams. He's going to roll off here. Looks like he's going to be 1, maybe 2 laps down. We'll see if we can do that. Sean Butler gets to the outside wall off of corner exit. It has been a battle back and forth between these two. I think Blake approached much quicker than any of us had expected him to do so. Managed to catch us under our commercial break, and that was wild as we see a little 3 wide in front of them. Sean barely able to hold off Blake Reynolds, but I think that's more of just a temporary thing, not something that's going to last forever.
There's Desi on those fresh tires, kind of carving her way through the field, is going to go by Reynolds. I think trying to give as much space as possible, which is why she went 3 wide there. But Reynolds caught Butler quickly, but has not been able to pass him, as Butler has stayed committed to the outside line and has made it difficult on Reynolds, who I think has the advantage when it comes to tires, but cannot use that momentum in the middle, especially in the middle lane of 1 and 2, to try and make his way by Butler. As you can see, a little slide off of Butler, and the same with Reynolds.
And this is a lot of fun racing, but the thing that comes to mind immediately right now, 2 laps ago, Kevin McAdams set a 26.8, and meanwhile, these two drivers are in the low 28s, so every lap that they stay out a little bit longer is more time that they're just giving to Kevin McAdams, basically free of charge.
Big cloud cover here. That is going to change. Again, we are almost up to 140-degree track temperature, down to 132, and it will continue to sink like a rock. The temperature in iRacing very sensitive to cloud cover, so it will give these drivers that are out on these old tires just a little bit more grip. You can see Justin R. Smith side by side. Ronnie Osmer has had a nice little charge through the field, started 11th, and finds his way into the 4th position as, oh boy, the right rear tire starting to go off of that number 55 car, as he was all sorts of sideways off of turn 4, hangs on to it. In this battle for 4th, as we see one car spun to the inside off of the racing surface, and Steve is going to elect to take the tow down to the pits. Don't know if there was contact in that one, and no, it wasn't. It was just a self-spin there from Steve off of the racetrack. So Steve on the apron. It was in a precarious position with some drivers that are starting to exit the pit lane, though, but we still stay under green here on lap 78. There's a lot of traffic here. We got the battle for the lead on the front stretch, and then there's a lot of traffic on the back straightaway.
It's so hard to figure out what's going on here. Is Blake going to be able to make it happen? He's going to send it in for a slider. Just go right to the outside. Sean Butler's going to do the crossover maneuver, get to his inside, be able to side draft him down the back stretch. Now even going into turn 3 and 4. But is this going to be the time that Blake is going to be able to make it happen? Sean going to try to do the slider, not quite able to do it. He's going to get a little bit loose. He's going to lose it in the middle of 3 and 4. Oh my goodness. And I guess he's going to come down pit road.
Yeah, I'd have to say if he can get it spun out quickly enough, he's just going to use this opportunity to pit and minimize the amount of time loss. So unfortunate there for Butler, yet it kind of works out in a way. He's going to lose a little bit of time through that pit entry, because you'd imagine that coming to a full stop isn't exactly how you want to do it, but I think all things considered, could have been a lot worse there for Sean Butler, as he will continue to kick off our round of green flag pit stop cycle.
It's going to be interesting to see just how much time he's given up to Kevin McAdams with that whole staying out a little bit longer, as well as the overly conservative pit entry is I think what we'll note down officially on the score sheet.
That we will is... So with that, Reynolds has lost touch with the rest of the competition that has not pit yet. You can see McAdams moving up on Ronnie Osmer. Again, Osmer, old tires. You could see the difference there with McAdams, as he has 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles. He goes on by to the inside. McAdams, though, scored... How many laps are they losing? About 1. Yeah, so just 1 lap for McAdams. He's lost. You can see Jamie Ritchie Price. Can't wait to see the recap video after this one. He's down and into the pit lane.
Sean Butler was able to get off of pit lane and just barely stifled off going down 2 laps. He came out about 3 car lengths ahead of Blake Reynolds, who you see is now quickly falling behind. And while I like this move by Blake to get towards the front, I'm not quite sure if I agree with the decision to continue to stay out there and let this time bleed away. You're fishing for a caution at this point. Otherwise, you've given up so much time to these other cars. As you see, Sean, who was just 3 car lengths ahead, is now an entire corner ahead of Blake Reynolds just a lap later.
Well, it just depends on how you want to pace this thing. And I think Reynolds, again, if we continue to carry this out, I don't imagine a scenario where we're going to run all 500 laps under green. I just don't think that's possible. But the one thing that could happen if you want to continue to drag this out is thinking about, well, if I can make it on fuel to lap 100, I think you want to try to make it there if you can to try and split this race up into 4 pit stops or 5 separate runs. So I'd imagine that that's the thinking for Blake Reynolds. Again, we'll see with the fuel life if you're able to get to lap 100 here, running the outside line like we've seen Reynolds, Butler, and a couple of others primarily doing. So I think that's just something we'll figure out in the next 15 laps. We also have to remember, again, this race last year was won essentially by staying out as long as possible. Nobody knew it better than Brian Blackford and Landon Castle, who were, I don't want to say non-factors, but they just kind of hung around at the tail end of the lead lap all race long. And by the end of it, they had pretty much put everybody in the field a lap down. So I think that's kind of the line of thinking here for Reynolds as well, is you just want to stay out as long as possible. Now we see Aaron Smith, the number 70 car, is going to enter his pit stall. Well, actually, I think he may be just pulling off here. And Osmer is out of shape in 1 and 2. He's a little bit loose. And he hasn't pit yet, so could that be a blown tire for Ronnie? Oh, he got loose off of 4, and he chased it all the way through the infield grass. That's why he was so low. And is he going to stay out? It looks like it. Wow, so he loses all that time, but he is going to keep his car out on the racetrack. We'll take one more look at it. Oh, that's a little loose. He actually did a great job keeping it off the pit wall.
While that was happening, just a few seconds later, in the other section of the track, Justin Malillo got a little tight going into turn number 3 and just absolutely pummeled that outside wall. Gave him enough for a 2X. For those who are unaware, 2X is just it's about 50% as bad as a 4X, and a 4X is real bad. So you don't want to do that.
Especially depending on what type of damage that you do get. See McAdams here again, fresh tires, back up to the 11th position, and he's actually passed David L. Brown, who has not pit yet. So again, this is where things get interesting, that you have somebody who has come down, has used the benefit of fresh tires, and is starting to pass cars that have not pit yet. And just as I say that, here comes David L. Brown down to the pits in that Chrysler LeBaron that he's running tonight.
Going to keep an eye right now on those drivers who are pitting and just kind of see where they go back and how far back from the leader they come out. I'm looking at right now, Blake, at about 50, probably 56 seconds that you lose coming down pit road, just overall in total. Depending on how much time your pit crew takes to service your vehicle. So with that said, I really think that, it looks like Scott Rickard just got caught somewhere on the outside wall, but he's okay now. But there's just, you're losing about 56 seconds in total going down pit road, and that's going to put Blake Reynolds, it looks like, between 16th and 18th right now.
See Chatelaine right there coming down and servicing his race car. He runs in the 11th position. Again, we've had a number of drivers, or a couple of them, who have retired from the race. Gabe Wood, Chris Wetz, Michael Frisch, and Aaron Smith looks like he's pulled it behind the wall. 25 drivers continue to run along. You see Dylan Picklesmeyer right now in 14th, scored what is shown as 2 laps down, but just 1. Blake Reynolds off in a way over 10 seconds over Brett Pancari, or roughly about 10 seconds or so. As you can see the driver out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. I love the old kind of FedEx Express throwback paint scheme he's got on that car.
Just keeping an eye right now on Kevin McAdams and his quick approach towards the front. Now he's about 33 seconds behind Blake Reynolds, so this is going to give him about a, if I had to guess, about a 20-second lead over Blake once he comes back out again. But how's that going to matter in the long run? Blake, you said make it to lap 100 on fuel, turn that into a 4-stop race. That could be a much bigger difference compared to 75 laps for sure.
Well, but again, that brings up the question. So is 5 runs or 4 stops the way to go, or is it a little bit more than that? Is 6 the right number? 7 the right number? I don't think many drivers kind of came in and approached this race with, oh well, we're gonna stay green the entire opening stint. I think it was about lap 120-ish or so last year that we ended up going green over the course of the first run. I think we had completely gone through one green flag pit cycle before we saw our first caution in that race before it kicked off a couple more. But I just have to wonder, though, is coming down and with how much tires fall off, is that extra pit stop actually going to be a benefit here for Blake Reynolds, who, hasn't really lost a lot of time. We could see one more car down onto the pits. That is Josh Chrisman, the green and black colors there with the Black Rifle Coffee Company on the side of that race car.
Looks like John J. Douglas, he came down pit road last time by and got a black flag, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and re-enter the pit, service that penalty. Already having a bit of a rough start to the race. We saw him; he fell back to the tail end of the pack very early on, and he's going to continue to have issues here. We'll see if it's just going to be a stop and go penalty of some sort. Is Blake Reynolds, our leader, is going to come down pit road right there, right next to I believe that's Art Reimer.
All right, so I think just about trying to split this race up into 5 separate runs, as Reynolds will finally relinquish the race lead to Brett Pancari as Reynolds comes down for service. Now, really curious to see the difference that's going to be here between Reynolds and somebody like McAdams, who was not too far behind him, but has had fresher tires for a much longer time. As a matter of fact, he's already passed Reynolds. Reynolds is still in his pit box. So again, I think this continues to show the risk and reward of taking these tires or staying out as late as possible. You can see Tumu is down on the pits as well, with just a few left now that have not come down and serviced their race car.
So when that all started, Kevin McAdams was still 29.9 seconds behind our leader, Blake Reynolds. Very curious to see how far Blake is behind Kevin once this all clears, and just how much time Kevin made right there. Blake Reynolds spending a total of 51.7 seconds on pit road.
So he's exiting turn 2 now. Meanwhile, Kevin McAdams he's entering turn 1. So roughly 3/4 of a lap or so is about what McAdams made up. But again, so he's pit. McAdams is in third. Justin Smith just came down, and he's on the pit lane. So Brett Pancari is still the last driver that has yet to pit. And, honestly, I just don't imagine how much longer he can go. He's going to run out of fuel at some point. And even with how much he's been saving, 110 is probably the max or so that you could probably try to stretch this out. So I have to imagine for Pancari it's going to come soon that he's going to have to make his way down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a need to very quickly. Blake Reynolds becoming the first car 1 lap down. He's in 4th place one lap down, and currently he is. I'm looking at the timing sheet. If I had to guess, he's about 17 seconds behind Kevin McAdams. Overall, that he lost right about that 50-second mark to Kevin McAdams, who was just about 30 seconds behind him, and now he's about 20 seconds behind him. So losing 50 seconds there. But now those fresh tires, he just set his fastest lap of the race at 26.713. Still much slower than those other drivers who have pushed it really, really hard in previously. So he is all 110% focused as Brent Parkari brings it down pit road on saving that tire, Blake.
All right, so he is the final driver that pits during the course of this cycle. He'll relinquish the race lead to Kevin McAdams for now. Of course, Butler behind him on 9-lap fresher tires, and the gap there about 3.5 seconds or so. So you'd imagine that Butler, with the tire advantage, would have a pretty good shot of trying to chase down Kevin McAdams now. And I guess we can really look out and see the difference in timing between McAdams and that of Blake Reynolds, who you're going to see that gap on the left-hand side of your screen continue to shrink, as it was about 23 seconds last lap, and maybe closer to about 20 or so.
Oh, that was really, really difficult right there. Blake Reynolds had a really unfortunate corner. Actually made a little bit of contact with the 80 machine of Steve Oliff. Not going to be that bad, but it was very close to being like a Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson situations through turns 3 and 4.
We'll see it one more time. And Reynolds just thought he was carrying so much speed, he was gonna get clear, and don't think he was quite clear enough. Now, fortunately, that car didn't spin off the nose of Oliff right there, so I guess fortunate there for Reynolds that just a temporary setback is really all that came out of that. That could have been a lot worse for both of those cars. Oliff mentioned he kind of had a spin a little bit earlier, took the toe back. He has come back out on the racetrack and currently runs 6 laps down. So 109 laps into this Rockingham 508. No cautions yet in this second edition of this race, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, if you feel so inclined, of course, we are raising money through this race. All the drivers donated to participate and be a part of this event. And we'd love for the spectators to get involved as well after all the work we did last year. I know the Dale Jr. Foundation was very much looking forward to this race as well. So appreciate if you're able to help out in any way. We'll see the donation link kind of scrolling across here in the chat every so often throughout the night. So if you feel so inclined, please donate to a great cause, an organization that does so much for children and charities around the Mooresville area. But McAdams, your race leader, Sean Butler in second, slowly working his way into that advantage of Kevin McAdams. Third is Blake Reynolds, fresh tires, but is crawling back towards the race lead. Giving on to Austin Minnick right now, running in the 4th position.
We see Gilles Chatelain right there and Brett Pancari. They're racing hard for that lucky dog position. Sean waving Brett on by down to the bottom side of the track, not wanting to focus on battling with a car that isn't even for position. Going to make that easy for Brett. Brett's going to continue to work his way towards the front. Got that much fresher tire than everyone else. And Blake, I think right now the winners are those drivers who stayed out until they had to come down on pit road. I think they're going to be in a really good position, especially if you're Brett here and you're able to run this one all the way out once you pass Kevin.
See if he's able to do that. Kind of splitting my attention tonight, Josh. Have an important hockey game going on right now, and haven't been watching it, but keeping up with the score. It's 2-1 Panthers right now, so not too pleased right now. We need something to turn around, or else, well, I mean, the season's over for the Canes. So hoping that improves here in the second period.
Well, I hope they get a couple of touchdowns, Blake.
Well, thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. I'm sure Carolina does too.
Kidding, of course. Hoping that works out for you. Desi Desitol will take it back down pit road to the service of her crew, get more fresh tires, and try to work her way back forward again. Just gonna use all those tire sets up. She paid for them, so might as well use them all, right?
Well, you can't take them with you, and luckily here in iRacing, they don't cost anything, but that's kind of one of the things about getting off cycle is that you never really get to reset yourself until we kind of get things rolling. Although I know last year we had 11 tire sets. It never really came into question, or you were never really in a position where you were potentially going to run out of tires. I think through the first 116 laps, everybody's used just one set, maybe two for some drivers. So I think we're kind of in that same scenario this year as well. 116 laps into this race, that if they still have 9 or 10 sets left, I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot, that unless we really get a long string of yellows at some point, that they're going to have all the Goodyear Eagles available to them every time they come down. So you can see a little wiggle there out of Ronnie Osmer.
Yeah, it's quickly becoming one of those just. It feels closer to an endurance race than it does a NASCAR race to me. I do vote when we see Ryan Andrew make a little bit of contact with the entry to turn number 1 wall, but it feels like it's just a long game chess match. I've done endurance races in the past. You'll have a spreadsheet out, and you'll be doing the math of what's the fastest way, fewest stops, all that jazz of just trying to get the best overall race out of it, and this isn't too dissimilar. You're going to be looking at the long run pace here, the overall time for all of those, and a lot of drivers out here do have those tools at their disposal. We'll see if they're being used today.
I'm sure they are, although, again, I know we're kind of just rolling along here. Everything seems pretty tame for the moment. You never know when that's going to change. And if it does, I mean, one thing we're going to have right off the bat, Josh, is, again, these are 1987 rules, 1987 style restarts. So if we do have a restart, I mean, there's going to be about 20 cars lined up on the inside with maybe 4 or 5 lined up on the outside, and then things get really interesting with guys who want to kind of push the issue and get their laps back the old-fashioned way. Now, we do have a lucky dog if we were to have a caution because, well, personally, I'd love for us to race back to the line. Unfortunately, with iRacing, not possible right now, but I'm not giving up hope. If we could do it in 2003, I think we can do it in 2023, that we can have the option of racing back to the caution flag at some point in iRacing's existence. But for now, don't have the capability to do that, so we do have a lucky dog, but otherwise, 87 rules, you line up on the inside if you're a lap down, and you got to earn it back the old-fashioned way if you want to get your lap back. And we saw how much of a struggle that was last year, where once you go a lap down, I mean, we saw Landon Huffman make a lot of moves to try and get his way back on the lead lap. He did so, then kind of fell back again. But again, it is hard to get back on the lead lap if you're not on it already.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, Austin Minnick, he's going to lose 2 positions here, was running 4th and is now falling back to the 6th position, moving Brett Pancari and Ryan Andrew up 2 positions. We see them going side by side right now into turn number 3. Ryan Andrew, Austin Minnick, and Ronnie Osmer, all 4 position right now. You've put these 3 cars underneath a blanket. They're all 4 position, no lap cars here. So going to be a bit of a tight battle here, trying to make their way through it. And they're all on the lead lap, so no lucky dog battle here.
I'm surprised that McAdams has held on to the race lead as long as he has. I really am. I thought when Butler was a little bit closer, had 9-lap fresher tires, that it would be in relatively short order that we would see Sean run him down. And of course, we have to mention Sean spun into the pits. Not voluntarily, but kind of forced his hand in terms of his strategy. So did lose a little bit of time there, but I thought that he would run down Kevin a little bit quicker than what we've seen.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I also felt like Blake Reynolds was going to run down
And
those
it's
two guys.
tied.
Oh boy.
All right, we're back
Okay.
in it, baby. 4 straight games. Let's go. All right, sorry. Go ahead,
And
Josh.
oh man, we are we are talking hockey and motorsports here. Two very slick surfaces. Well, I was gonna say, I felt like Blake Reynolds was gonna be moving forward a lot quicker than he is. Now, mind you, he has made up about 10 seconds over the run, but still pretty decently far back from the leader in Kevin McAdams. See how long that lasts for, but lap times, he's a right now as it stands. Kevin McAdams ran a 27.9. Blake Reynolds, half a second faster, so still gaining about a half a second a lap. Maybe he's picking it up, trying to make a move on.
Maybe he is, but the longer we go in this run, I'm kind of favoring what we see out of McAdams and Butler right now. Again, McAdams, he last pit on lap 70. So you'd imagine he's going to try to split it up into 5 pit stops. It wouldn't be even necessarily, because if you're pitting every 70 laps, well, you're going to end up adding, several pit stops into that. But I don't know. I kind of like what we've seen in terms of shortcutting kind of a green flag run by about 5 or 10 laps or so. As we could see Smith able to go on by Ryan Andrews. Justin Smith been really impressive in this car so far. And that Elite Performance Industries machine up into the top 5 finally. And Ryan Andrews too. I know we've mentioned time and time again how close he was to winning the World 600 when we ran that last July, but has been really competitive in all of these events as well, and hung around and had a chance at a couple of them here, and figuring things out here at the Rock, which is not an easy thing to do.
A little bit of housekeeping. I don't think we ever mentioned it. Michael P. Frisch had to get out of the car, had prior obligations, was unable to finish this race. And looks like Wetz and Aaron Smith also out of the vehicle. So those are our 4 drivers, as well as Gabe Wood, that are out of the race and no longer racing.
Wow.
Beyond that,
Gabriel.
That's what it says
official.
on my timing. It's timing and scoring here.
I wonder if he paid for that.
He probably did.
Actually, he did. He did pay to be in this race. As side by side now, Andrew and Osmer. Thank you, Zach.
Producer Zach dropping some jokes in our production chat right now.
I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised the lower third it said Gabe, not Gabriel. The other thing, though, Josh, that I've seen, and this wasn't really the case last year in this race, was that, we kind of saw everybody run the bottom, and then as the race went on, the track cooled off, everybody kind of ventured to the top. I haven't seen that in this race. I've seen, again, I hate to use the phrase dynamic track because people will freak out when you say that, but I haven't seen a race that we've done up to this point where I've seen more lanes available to everybody. I mean, some people are making the bottom work, some people are making the middle work at each end, some people are making the top work at each end, and you can see just out of the roof right there. McAdams is running the top. He's kind of splitting what looked like 3 wide there for a split moment. But, I mean, we see people running everywhere. We see them all over this racetrack, and I don't know, that warms my heart a little bit that everybody's kind of finding speed in their own lane.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how long this maintains. I feel like there was a beginning of the race where everyone was on the bottom lane, and now people are kind of in their own lanes. I'm a little concerned that this might end up shifting to everyone forced to kind of race that top lane in the long run. But in the meantime, we'll enjoy what we got on track right here. It's a great product, lots of lane opportunities, plenty of places for you to make up speed, tune the car how you need it to tune it to get it to turn the way you want it to turn. But I'm looking at the timing and scoring. Blake Reynolds, Sean Butler, I feel like they're going to start approaching Kevin McAdams at a very similar time, if not maybe within 5 to 10 laps of each other. That'll be a battle that may become a 3-car battle a lot quicker than I think either one of us, expected. I feel like it just for a while there was kind of sitting and it was maintaining, and now things are closing up quick.
I don't want to, again, I'm not trying to jinx anything here, but at this pace right now, we would complete this race in under 4 hours. 3 hours and 53 minutes right now. If these leaders and these drivers keep up this pace, that is the amount of time that this race would finish in. Which
That's
I would
awesome.
say 500 miles here, where your top speed is probably, what, in this car at Rockingham, I'd say probably 140, 150 is about as high as you're getting. That's a pretty decent pace, if I would say so.
And Blake, the track temperature, I still feel hasn't recovered since that cloud came over.
Yeah.
It's still at 132 degrees Fahrenheit, so still not quite the hottest we've seen the track. It's got pretty cool during that brief moment of cloud cover, and you can see that it is still posting some level of effect on the track.
It is, and I know many people who are watching this, they're iRacing fans, or they've participated in the sim. And one thing I think people aren't as aware of, just because we have so many fixed setup races where we all go in and the track temperature is the same every single race. There's not a whole lot of variability in the weather. Those of you who run open setups know there's a big difference, but the just slight changes in the track temperature make a big difference in how this car is. And that's one of the reasons that we started with the setup that we saw everybody wrecking in practice, because we know if we started this race at a certain time a little bit earlier on in the day and we transition towards the evening, that the entire way you drive this racetrack completely changes. So going from 138 down to 132 already at this juncture, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, 6-7 degrees, but it is a big difference behind the wheel, and particularly when we get later on in the race, when maybe we get down closer to the 115s or so, and especially in 1 and 2, where the sun sets kind of behind the grandstands here at Rockingham. So you're going to see a big shadow form at the top of 1 and 2 that kind of cools down that top lane a little bit. But the whole racetrack is going to go through a significant change in 2.5 hours or so, which again, I think it's why I love this race. Is Sean Butler, we talked about him chasing down Kevin McAdams. He's finally done so. I would say the tires have just about evened off for your top two, but they're separated by about half a second. Blake Reynolds about 3.5 back from McAdams and Sean Butler.
And what's interesting is that whole entire even out has just walked us basically to the front door of our next green flag pit cycle. Right there, you see him going down pit road. It looks like Jamil Hawkins is going to come down pit road, and we will we'll see how long that Kevin is going to stay out here. When is he going to bring it down pit road? He was our first taker last time. Sean, our second taker, although not quite sure what Sean's original intentions were going to be before the spin, but we'll see side-by-side battle here through 3 and 4, Blake.
Butler down to the bottom. We hope it doesn't end like it did last time off of turn 4, where he spun it and eventually came down on lap 79. McAdams last pit on lap 70, so is going a little bit further than what he did on this last run. Meanwhile, Reynolds has chipped off about another couple tenths of a second on the battle for these two. So just in front of them is Ronnie Osmer running in 7th. Butler down to the bottom. Kevin McAdams up to the top side of the racetrack, and I think advantage McAdams. It is tough, I think, with even two cars that are pretty even on pace to keep that momentum on the bottom, because the top side you can just power off on corner exit, and you can see McAdams right there will do just that to keep Sean Butler back into second behind him.
It's kind of interesting to watch this battle happen, because it's a little bit of a role reversal for Sean Butler. Previously, when he was battling that was with Blake Reynolds, and he was the one that was kind of in the defensive position. Now he's having to be on the one on attack right here, trying to find his way around Kevin McAdams. I know it'll be a respectful race, but it's still going to be quite an interesting race to say. Just, it's going to be interesting because he's going to have to go and approach it at a completely different attitude.
Oh, Osmer just behind them, you could see struggling with his race car. He gets into the outside wall, and he goes down a lap as only 6 cars remain on the lead lap. Opening 147 laps of this race have been run under the green flag, and I'd love to find a group of drivers you can get together on iRacing. I don't care if it's a 6500 SOF or whatever, that can manage to pull this off and see some of the great racing that you've seen here tonight. McAdams back to the top side, Butler down to the bottom, and Blake Reynolds now within a second and a half of your top 2.
Blake Reynolds is loving what he's seeing right now with these two battling each other. Is exactly what he needed to have happen to get him back into the picture, or at least into the picture a little bit quicker than he would have been. The side-by-side definitely lost them a couple of tenths just over the course of those 2 to 3 laps that they were side-by-side with each other.
Nearly to lap 150 now, and we've seen a number of drivers that have already kind of come down and pit under this second course. Justin Malillo pit on lap 142. We chronicled Jameel Hawkins, who pit on lap 140. So there's been a handful or so that have already kind of made their second pit stop of the evening. But I think everybody kind of getting less experimental. You can see Ronnie Osmer. He was late to pit last time. He is early to pit on this run. So 1 lap down he goes in the 7th position, and he'll come down. And Josh, I don't think you can look quickly now, but Blake Reynolds is within the camera frame of your top 2. And I don't know if Butler's really going to have a chance to go after the race lead and hold it for a little bit before that 66 car gets there. But also, probably the most lap traffic, the most congestion that we've seen up in front of Kevin McAdams. So he's got to get around Richie Price that he sees directly in front of him. There's Tal Owen. Ryan Andrew, who again is fighting to stay on the lead lap. So a couple of cars, and some of them not going to be easy to pass.
No, it is the worst time for this to happen for Kevin McAdams. Not only is he having to deal with Sean Butler from behind as he gets loose off corner exit, almost makes contact with Sean Butler, keeps it together, and Blake Reynolds is going to be the big winner of that whole contact.
Wow. 4 wide, McAdams up into the wall in 1 and 2 as he had a big slide off of turn 4, had to run the middle to get around Richie Price. And Blake Reynolds, well, he says, thank you very much, you two, as Blake Reynolds resumes the race lead once again. Now, is there a response here from Butler or McAdams to maybe come down and pit? McAdams looking awfully sideways, and I think after losing the race lead, just to get off strategy, you may think about trying to separate yourself from Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, this is, I think, the only thing at this point you can do here, Blake, is come down pit road that's your only offensive maneuver, is for Kevin McAdams to come down pit road. He did go down pit road lap 70 last time. He is now well beyond lap 70 of this run, so I'm curious to see if he saw what Blake Reynolds was able to accomplish. It may just be running out his fuel strategy at this point.
That may be the case, but we'll come back and see as we continue to march on here from Rockingham Speedway, the Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. It is Reynolds, Butler, and Kevin McAdams, your top 3. back with you here from Rockingham. As we mentioned before we went to break, it is all Blake Reynolds right now at the front of the field as he has stretched out his lead over Sean Butler and Kevin McAdams, your top three. Brett Pancari in fourth, and well, Justin R. Smith, your top five. He is the last driver that is on the lead lap. I'd have to imagine or think that this is probably one of the longest green flag runs that we've had in the, well, now over 1 year that we've been running these 1987 events. You can see Smith right there only holds about, let's call it 3 or 4 seconds before he's in danger of going a lap down to your race leader in Blake Reynolds. Haven't seen any strategy or anything really play out here, Josh, between Sean or Kevin. They have still elected to stay out. Pancari obviously stayed out longer than anybody, and he's even kind of a little bit quicker than what Blake Reynolds is running right now, or at least running pretty even with it.
There's a little bit of a moment for Ryan Andrew on the front stretch, but yeah, no, it's been very interesting. I think they realized very quickly when Blake Reynolds was just able to go as long as he did and not have a massive cliff of his tire grip and his lap times, that the long play is the way to go here, and they're just covering themselves off by also going as long as possible. And I think partly in hopes to pick up a caution, but like you said, this is the longest run we've had. I think I heard you correctly say in history. So this is quite a while. 164 laps, 164 miles of just great racing.
Well, and just about everybody's kind of bunched together in 3 and 4 right now. Even though we have this long green flag run, we have a ton of cars that are all kind of packed together. You can see Timu Toyko right there, who's running in the 8th position behind Desi Desitel. He'll go by her. Got the nice little kind of Denny Hamlin fire suit on right there.
And some purple on the inside too, matches.
Yeah, I was about to say. Philip would be really happy with that. That is, by the way, that's Chatelaine there with kind of the purple interior on that car.
Got John J. Douglas about wrecked off of turn number 4, was able to save it. It's going to bring it down pit road, get some service to his vehicle, but that was not the way he wanted to enter pit road.
Man, I tell you what, it is, there is a big cloud kind of moving over right now. Well, it doesn't have rain.
Freezing comparatively. Oh, and Kevin McAdams comes down pit road, 119 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so no rain in those clouds yet.
Interesting.
I think, like everybody, I'm kind of waited with bated breath to all the little screenshots and everything, all the news coming out about, you know, winds, rain coming. I'd love to see it. I mean, again, imagine we could run the 3rd annual Rockingham 508 next year and could have rain, too. I mean, how awesome would that be?
Yeah, I mean,
firecracker.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. We can have a true rain delay. We can replay our documentary from last year while we all sat on pit road.
Speaking of the firecracker, Josh, I know that you know, we've kind of we you know, broke news about different things happening with it last time. The dates for the 2023 Firecracker 400 that we were talking about during the Gen 4 World 600. There it is. Is there any more news in regards to the Firecracker 400?
I guess you've been so kind to let me commentate in this booth. I can slip out a little bit more information about the Firecracker 400 that hasn't yet been announced. I can let you know when signups for that will open. If you are interested in participating in the Firecracker 400, don't worry. You don't need to go rush to that website right now. We're not doing that right now. And because the event is a little bit later this year, but it's still supposed to be related to the 4th of July, I can't announce that on the 4th of July is when we'll be opening up those signups for the Firecracker 400, the 2023 Firecracker 400. You'll be able to sign up at eracer.gg, register for that race, and yeah, that'll all happen a week before we go into preliminary races. So you'll have plenty of time between then and now to figure out if you've quite got yourselves up to shape to go out there and race against the best of the best and put your name potentially on that beautiful trophy that we have seen given out to Brandon Cattell in the past, Michael Cozy Jr., and so many big names, William Byron, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kyle Busch, Ed Carpenter have all raced and competed to try and get that trophy. Your opportunity to register for that event will open up again soon here, just in a couple of months' time on that on Independence Day.
And again, I've looked at that trophy. Cozy and I, we went to Indianapolis last year. So when I rode up there with him, I went into his trouble almost for Teemu Toika. Yes, he got a piece of the wall off of turn 2. Again, he saves it. So once again, no caution. But I was able to lay eyes on that trophy, and I tell you what, it was a sight to behold. And credit to Cozy, he's got a lot of different awards and leagues and different races that he's won. But that trophy was in the best spot for it to be seen. So he definitely holds that trophy. It's a coveted one for him, and it's definitely one that even I want to win. I want to pit report a little bit, but heck, I'm competitive. I want to win that race, and probably as much as anybody does. So I can't wait to get signed up for that.
We're definitely really looking forward to bringing it back this year. I know we went on a 1-year hiatus, but sometimes the greatest things, you need a little time away for them just to appreciate just how special they can be. And I can tell you right now, I am beyond excited and thrilled to see everyone competing this year for the Firecracker 400 here on iRacer. And I can tell you, Landon and Parker, they definitely feel the same way. It is, it's been a lot of excitement from the community, from the fan base, and like you said, that trophy is just so cool. Shout out to Kyle Putz Customs. He has done an incredible job replicating the original Firecracker 400 trophy from days of old and brought it right back to modern times here in 2023.
I think I got a die cast from him that he made, and I'm going to follow up with him on that because I know he made it. I've seen the pictures of it. It was the Thinkin' E-Racer car. You remember that? Our good buddy Brian Blackford, which Blackford said he'd stop by the booth at some point a little bit later on tonight. He ran in this race last year, and I think it finished 3rd or 4th. I think off the top of my head, it sounds about right. But for that first hard-to-drive 300 that he did. And I did a great job with it and got it in the show, and then I let Parker in it, and he crashed it on like lap 5.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, big sad. McAdams had pitted and started to make up some time on fresh tires. Butler has elected to continue staying out, although, again, he pit at lap 79, so is not going to have as much time as Reynolds, who pit on lap 99. So Butler going to be somewhat limited on when he can pit. Because, Brett Pancari went longer than anybody. He was saving a little bit, and he managed to go about 105 was the longest that we saw. So that's the one thing with Reynolds here on this first run, kind of establishing how often he wants to pit, is he was able to get by that lap 100 marker to solidify, I'm going to split this up into 4 stops, 5 runs. And everybody else is going to have to spend time making that gap back up, as Butler says he's going to pit this time.
That's going to move 2 cars onto the lead lap, and that's going to be about a 20-minute window here that we're going to be sitting at that point where there's going to be 2 cars on the lead lap. And I'm not going to rule it out, Blake, but Brett Pancari is only about a straightaway ahead of Blake Reynolds right now, and he is just a little bit faster than Brett is. There may be a point during this run where Blake Reynolds is going to be the only car on the lead lap.
I mean, that's the amount of speed he's brought here. I mean, started in the back, drove up through the field on his first run, and clearly thinks, hey, I got the pace to make this happen, so the last thing I want to do is get trapped. Now, the downside of that, or the flip side of that, the counter argument, if you will, to that strategy as well, if he stays out so long, well, guess what? He's going to basically lose a lap, I think, through the mist of the cycles with how much earlier McAdams is pitting. So there's definitely a time where staying out is going to help keep him on the lead lap. And if we get a caution right now, obviously he'd be sitting in a great position. But the opposite is true, is that if you stay out so long while everybody else pits, you in turn lose a lot of that time back to them. So, again, one of the pushes and pulls of a race like this, and it's why I love these types of races. I love the strategy, everything that goes into it, and all has to go right for you to try to win. But, yeah, you can see the gap to Brett Pancari is continuing to widen behind Reynolds, but starting to shrink in front of him. And what could potentially be, again, a move here by Reynolds to try and be the only car on the lead lap.
Now, Blake, you got to admit, if you're in Blake Reynolds' shoes right now, you got to see, as you can see right there, dead ahead, that's the distance he's got to cover to kind of accomplish one of those goals that I think all of us have always wanted to do, to be the only car on the lead lap. That is, I mean, that's an accomplishment in any event, let alone an event like this, where you got some of the best. Is, wow, that off throttle time felt like an eternity through that corner. But he's closing that gap, lap by lap, slowly making his way to be the only car on the lead lap.
Well, it's something that, it just doesn't happen very often. It's not often we get to see races play out like this, and and it's one thing that, you have the opportunity to do that in some races through strategy, kind of like what we saw with Pancari earlier, where you stay out and you're kind of hoping that the strategy works out in your favor, that you get a caution. It's another thing when you're just that much faster than the rest of the field to be able to do it. And, of course, McAdams, Butler, really close in terms of the pace. And I think if they were on this strategy, they'd be, close to or right behind Blake. But still very impressive to see that, through 187 laps, again, Reynolds is a former Cook Series driver. It should be no shock that he has things figured out. We saw somebody who was not in the Cook Series last year, much like Reynolds is right now, win this race a year ago, and Ryan Doucette, who, since then, he has managed to get his way back into that series. And even Michael Cozy Jr., who was second last year, not a Cook Series driver at the time, but ended up, eventually making his way up there, and even, I think, runs fifth or sixth in the points or so in those series standings as they run right now. But you can see about 26 seconds at the stripe was what separated Reynolds and Pancari that last time. You can see Butler trying to make quick work of both Jamie Ritchie Price and Jameel Hawkins. Love the Utah Jazz throwback there that Jamil's got on his race car. A nice little nod to where he works. He works for the Utah Jazz radio network. So cool to see him. Cool to see him bring out the throwback, kind of the Bodine-esque template paint scheme, but has the purple and teal of the Utah Jazz on it. And again, the one thing with the Jazz, you got a lot of options in terms of logos and throwbacks and colors that you can potentially throw on that car.
I'm a little bit akin to that Delta logo on the side. Good throwback as well. Nice throwback to days of old and Delta Airlines through that time frame. Now, Jazz logo, I'm not quite as like a better way to put this, jazzed about. That team, when I was about 6 years old, ruined a night out watching a Kings game and playing against them, so I will never forgive him for that, Blake.
Oh, well, geez. Holding it against him, huh?
Unfortunately, I am just calling balls and strikes out here, Blake, and that one was a foul for life for me.
I feel like I remember that too. Although to look back at hockey, 3-2 Florida, oof, and Florida's on the power play. Double oof.
Now, not to distract from this, but Blake Reynolds is there. It was a lap car that slowed down Pancari for a couple of laps, and is now made that gap basically nothing. He has to get around Owen there on the outside, and he's going to be able to do that. Now he's basically there, so. I wonder how Pancari is doing with that headset on his head, if his neck hurts at all, especially 0 brakes since the start of this race.
I'd love to see maybe he's looking up behind him and trying to look in the virtual mirror and see, oh, well, how close is he now? Up,
Oh,
yep,
yeah,
there he
there it
is.
is.
Looking back. That didn't take
Oh!
long. Reynolds is into the outside wall, so he got a little bit loose. So you see Pancari really fighting the wheel there, and I think he says, oh, good, I made up some time.
So it's a good lap right there for Pancari, being able to breathe just a little bit longer. You see that Reynolds is going to have to let a lap car go by on the... Oh, maybe not. This is not what Reynolds wants to deal with right now. He just wants to go forward and just seal off this 100 lap run here if he can, being the only car on the lead lap. He's got about 5 more laps before he has to come down, and it looks like a little bit of damage for Justin Malillo. Got into the wall in turn 1 entrance. He's got a flat tire or something. Gonna have to bring it down to pit road. Not gonna be a caution though.
Yeah, he is slow on the apron in turn number 3, all the way down to the inside, and Malillo is running 5 laps down in the 22nd position, looking to bring his car down. David L. Brown also calling out that he is going to pit here soon as he runs in the 7th position. And I'd imagine that for Blake Reynolds, probably, I don't know, about 4 or 5 laps or so, I would say, from coming down, as you can see a little bit of a few scratches on the side of the traction Ford Thunderbird right there for Justin Malillo.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Desi is kind of getting in the middle as Blake Reynolds is going to come down pit road. He was just so close to accomplishing that incredible feat of being the only car 1 lap down, or only car on the lead lap, putting everyone else a lap down. He's going to bring it down for service, and this is going to bring a lot of people right back onto that lead lap. We'll see how this kind of turns out for him, as Kevin McAdams about 36 seconds behind Blake Reynolds before the...
Well, again, the one thing with these 87 cars that it is a lot different than what you typically see on iRacing is, well, the fact that the pit stops take a lot longer in 1987. You know, we're so used to, especially here in the game, next-gen car, the Xfinity car, the truck, you're looking at probably a 12 or 13-second pit stop. For 4 tires and fuel in this car, you're probably going a little bit faster than what they were in 1987. But you're looking at about a 18, 19, 20-second pit stop. So you're losing a little bit more time over the course of these green flag pit stops than you would if you were racing another vehicle. The time's a little more time accurate, as Reynolds will get off the turn and come to the start-finish line now. Meanwhile, McAdams, not as much of a lead as he had the first time around. As you can see him kind of making his way into 3 right now. So Reynolds, over the course of that run, able to eat into that lead of McAdams that he had after that first run just a little bit.
Yeah, and looking back at it, Blake, it looks like just McAdams, out of our 3 leaders that we've seen, he was just the slowest on pit road. He was about a second slower than Sean Butler. Spent about 51 seconds in total on, or about 50.3 seconds on pit road, whereas Sean was able to do that in about 49.5. So about 0.8 of a second slower down pit road, and put Blake Reynolds right in the middle at 49.7. It may seem like, oh, that's not that much, but when you're talking these kind of intervals here, it does matter, as we see that Reynolds is slotted back out 15 seconds behind Brett Pancari and about 12 seconds behind Sean Butler.
You'd think for Pancari, 2:10 is about as long as he could try to push the issue here to stay out. And I believe used this to his benefit. I can't remember if it was All In or the last event that we did to open the season at Auto Club a couple months ago, but it's not the first time we've seen Pancari kind of utilize this, well, stay out at all costs and just run it dry strategy. And if it can work for him, and, on the flip side, how he can kind of maybe cut the last run a little bit short to gain a little bit of time, or, catch a caution right now where he would certainly be on the lead lap along with Butler, McAdams, and Reynolds. Smith is pit. You can see Scott Rickard has also come down for service as well. 202 laps to start this race, Josh, all under the green flag so far.
Now, not to say or cause a commentator's curse here, Blake, but you did say at the beginning of all of this, there is no way we're going 500 laps green flag. But
I still don't. I still don't
still
believe
stand
it.
by it.
Yeah, I mean, again, we got 23 cars right now that are making laps around the racetrack. So we're a little bit thinned out in terms of some attrition, and some people thinking, well, this is 500 laps. I don't know if I want to go this long. But at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I just think we get so long in this race that we're going to have so many different strategies, so many different differences in pace that there's just got to be one time that somebody on fresh tires comes up from behind and, doesn't anticipate the speed of somebody who's on older tires, something like that. I just, as much as I believe in these drivers, I think at some point something is going to have to give. I mean, this is Rockingham. This is not easy, even though they're at least making it look a little bit easy right now. I just don't think that we're going to be able to get that far into the race and not have something happen. But again, props to these drivers. 205 laps at Rockingham under green flag. I mean, that's an accomplishment in and of itself. And I mean, who knows? Maybe we could get this thing over in under 4 hours, which would be a heck of an accomplishment as well.
See right here, a pass for the lead. Not really a true pass for the lead, Blake. It's a split strategy here, but nonetheless, still a on track pass for the lead. As Sean Butler is likely probably going to be able to make quick work here up Brett Pancari, and he does. Goes on the outside lane and moves right around that machine. And Brett is now listed back in the second position. And he is, I imagine, he's going to be coming down pit road rather soon. As there was one car on the outside wall and 1 and 2 that looked like that was Jamil Hawkins. He got it off the wall, and now it's not going to be any sort of issues.
Well, they're definitely in the window, and I think that, especially with the amount we
we got one wrecked in turn 1. Blake Reynolds has wrecked in turn number 1. He's going to get it rolling here. Oh, that is totally unfortunate. Looks like he might have gotten contact with Owen DeGroot.
And that's what we were talking about, just differences in strategy and somebody going on fresh tires, and it happens to be the driver that has dominated this race. So you can see gets in the back of the 33. Reynolds goes down to the bottom. He's out of harm's way. The 33 doesn't fully spin it around and Owen DeGroot, but you talked about strategy and things happening. I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about, that at some point somebody on fresh tires, with the big difference that you have here at Rockingham, somebody was going to get collected. Somebody was going to run into one another. Reynolds has a little bit of damage, definitely did some damage to those Goodyear Eagles, and I think now at this point you have to throw Butler and McAdams right back into the fold in the mix of things in terms of being able to win this race, because certainly that would have cost Reynolds the amount of time that Butler would have lost when he kind of half-spun into the pits a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking right now to see, and that did lose him a significant portion of time, about 9 seconds on pit road. That's how much it's affected Blake Reynolds, or 9 seconds. I don't know where I said pit road. Just lost 9 seconds in general from that whole scuffle, which is completely unfortunate. It moves him back to about 12 seconds, 10 seconds behind.
Again, I think this helps Butler more than anybody. It's had a little bit of an advantage on speed when you talk about kind of I guess you can call them the big three in this race, and Butler, McAdams, and Blake Reynolds. Has had a little bit of an edge on McAdams in terms of pace, but now I think is just set up better for strategy right now. With McAdams kind of pitting every 70 or every 80 laps or so, Butler's in the lead. He's got 13 lap fresher tires. Now, of course, it kind of evens out at this point in the run. McAdams pit on 166, Butler was at 179, and about 30 laps in, they're pretty even at about 27.5s. They're both clicking off 27.5s, 27.6s. But yeah, I mean, that's going to hurt Reynolds a lot, who will have his tire advantage for a little bit. He's still about half second quicker than these drivers, but he's going to have to kind of make up the time he's lost with that little excursion with going to group.
Multi-car wreck down the backstretch. Ronnie Osmer.
Desitel.
And we're going to see the first caution of this race, officially bringing our first green flag run to an end about an hour and 40 minutes after the race started.
See it one more time. Osmer has a run down the back straightaway, and Desitel, I think, kind of reacted to Chatelaine, who got a little bit loose kind of off the corner with the fresher tires. I think Desitel kind of reacted, and Osmer kind of moved up as well.
I think Ryan Andrew is going to be our lucky dog here, and that's 4th place. And everyone's going to bring it down pit road here. That's on the lead lap. So all 3 cars. That was a 1 hour and 40-minute green flag run. We see the wreck one more time here, and that's just unfortunate. It looked like that machine directly ahead, Gilles Chatelaine, just got a little loose off exit there. And that was a bit of a stack up, Blake.
Tough to see, but also, again, tip of the cap right there. 215 laps we go green before we are slowed by our first caution flag of the night. And, man, I think in terms of timing of the caution, probably the worst for Brett Pancari because he, was not able to get his lap back at that time. Big beneficiary is Ryan Andrew, of course, like you mentioned. He'll get the lucky dog. But now, I mean, this field is all split up. These are all the lap down cars that are coming down for service now. So we are going to, again, we're going to have 4 cars on the lead lap. We may only have, I think, 3 on the outside because they'll line Andrew up the tail end of the longest line. See, I love that old phrase, too. It's not the tail end of the field, like you say now, because we have double file restarts, the tail end of the longest line, which in this case will be the inside line because everybody but those 3 in Butler, McAdams, and Reynolds are going to be a lap down.
Yeah, and I think we're going to go ahead and toss it over to our partners for a little bit, and we'll be right back for the green flag first restart of this race, the Rockingham 508.
All right, back for the restart here. It is going to be Brett Pancari, who is what we were talking about, no wave arounds. He's going to line up at the tail end of the lead lap on tires that are just a couple of laps old. So right now, Pancari is your 5th car on the lead lap. He leads the field to green. in front of Butler, McAdams, Reynolds, and Ryan Andrew, who is the beneficiary of the lucky dog. Everybody else on the inside line trying to get their lap back.
Great restart there for Pancari. He needs to be able to build a gap out if he can, but I think Butler is going to have a different opinion of that. He's going to try and make his way as we got a little bit of side-by-side action throughout the field. It is a dash to try and get as many positions back as possible. As we got 3 wide into the corner, they somehow make it work.
And Pancari's just pleading, guys, can you please spin out? I need a caution, as he's not going to be able to hold off Sean Butler any longer. He goes off in front. Meanwhile, you saw a lot of the action going on right there as we restarted side by side. Ronnie Osmer off of the corner.
Desi goes down pit road. We got to spin, but they had us off the track. Look out, pit road people. You're okay. We're going to keep it green.
Yeah, you know, that kind of looked like what would be a green flag stop in 1987. No pit road speed limit.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah, but off the racing surface, and you know, we've had a couple of mechanical issues in this race. We talked about Gabe Wood saying that his steering broke, or his cord came loose on his steering wheel. I think the same happened here with Justin Malillo, who big time said he renamed himself in Discord to Certified Slow. Hate to see it, Justin, but anyways, how did your race go?
Well, it was going all right, Blake. I wasn't that fast. I was keeping up with the main pack for about the first 50 laps or so, and then my wheel started having issues. And this Fanatec is, you know, giving me some good racing over the last couple of years, but for the last week and a half or so, it's just not been working right, and it gave out on me twice tonight, and because of that, I had to retire the car.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for you there, Justin. I know you were trying to battle. I know you love doing these events. You know, I appreciate you coming out and trying to run in all of them, and you know, I hope up to that point, I mean, I don't know, going 215 laps almost to green, you know, I'd have to say that, you know, that's a different experience, or at least fun for you guys to get out here and drive it. How was the car driving? I know it was pretty loose early. The track's gone through a pretty significant change, but how was it, you know, kind of out there on the track?
Oh, it was definitely really fun to wheel. These 1987 cars on iRacing is one of the best experiences that you can get on the sim. I do love doing these, and I do enjoy endurance racing a ton. If I could be out there, I would be out there right now still, even if I'm like 20, 30 laps down. It was loose. It definitely, you had to baby the throttle off of the corner, and if you gave it too much, it would go around on you, and then if you were driving too hard in, you'd lose the right front. It's very, very specific with this tire on this track in particular. It's very fun though. Good time. Appreciate you putting these on, Blake. Glad to do it for the Dale Jr. Foundation and everything. So yeah.
Trouble back in the pack. Who's that's slowing off the pace?
That's Dylan Pickles Simmer. He was having a rough lap that time. He lost it about all the way through turns 1 and 2, got it going, and then turns 3 and 4 just lost it again, but kept it off of the racing surface. And shout out to Garrett Smithley. Thank you for the raid.
Yeah, thank you, Garrett. He ran in this race a year ago and ran pretty well, if I remember correctly. As McAdams into the wall, Reynolds makes his way on by. But one more piece of business here, Justin, before we let you go. Of course, this is E-Racer. These are the 87 cars, but next up is the Firecracker 400. We talked about the when signups will be open for that a little bit earlier. How much are you looking forward to that race?
Definitely looking forward to that. That is one of the marquee events on the oval side of iRacing. You really can't get any bigger than the Firecracker 400, and we're looking forward to trying out for it, probably missing and probably covering it. And yeah, should be definitely a good fun time.
Yeah, before you go, you heard when those are opening up, right?
July 4th, yeah.
Good.
Very excited about that. Looking forward to trying to be the first one to sign up. Probably be like 12th or 13th with my luck. So see how it goes.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. We appreciate your coverage. We appreciate your participation, and definitely just appreciate you in general here at iRacer, Justin.
Appreciate you guys as well. Have a good rest of the night, and yeah, you guys aren't even halfway yet, and I'm kind of sad about that because I'd be out there still if not for my wheel issues. So yeah, 270 to go, and I think one of those top 3 are probably your best bet.
I would certainly agree with you there. That is a safe bet indeed.
For sure.
Yeah, I'd say the same. I was thinking about a third of the way through, coming over the radio and saying, hey, you guys are about a third of the way done. Congratulations. And I'm sure Sean would have had a nice little, smart aleck comment lined up for that one. I'm thinking of doing it halfway. Maybe I should.
There you go.
You scare them with a 10 laps to stage 2 caution. Oh, man. It's single file throughout the field, Blake. And, well, as soon as I say that, a little bit of battle here.
Yeah, they are. Again, Pancari tried to stay out on a couple lap older tires to stay at the tail end of the lead lap. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him to get the quick caution that he needed, and he's not in the lucky dog spot either. That'd go to Ronnie Osmer if we were to have another yellow flag right now. And it's a battle on the racetrack, but not for position with Brett Pancari. Chatelaine goes on by. And this is going to be one of the kind of interesting parts of this race. We kind of had it happen last year too, where not only, okay, we have cars that are lap down, but you only have really about 4 or 5 cars that are on your lap in your group. 4 cars that are 1 lap down. I think we have 5 or so, 6 that are 2 laps down. Another handful or so that are 3, a couple more that are 4. So kind of everybody kind of slotted in and having to base their strategy off of the driver that they're racing around. And well, if you're Butler, your Reynolds, or your McAdams, you're racing up at the front of the field. It's Butler for now, but I mean, Blake Reynolds overcoming his issues. I think that caution may have helped him a little bit. Got to fix the damage that he had, and after losing a little bit of time, I think this is exactly what he would have wanted, to have a caution kind of reset things and go back after, because he's just been so fast tonight.
Yeah, this is a battle for the lead right here. Blake Reynolds is absolutely wheeling this thing, doing that really impressive diamond that he's been able to make work for so long this race through both of those corners. As you see him, he is right there on Sean Butler's tail. Sean Butler into the outside wall, gets his Rockingham stripe, and not going to lose much time there, but certainly going to give a couple of scrapes and sparks off of the back of that car.
That it is, and the sliding that we saw early on, you still can't really power off on throttle too much, still a little bit free. But when we talked about how much of a change this track is going to go through, I think it's been going through it quite a bit, down to about 121-degree track temperatures, nearly 20 degrees cooler than what we had to start this race. And I think as a result, you can see the car starting to tighten up quite a bit for a lot of these guys, as Desi Desitel has pulled her car off the racetrack and appears to have retired from this race as well. Owen de Groot fixed a majority of his damage. He's in 21st, 11 laps down, but is out on the racetrack after his contact with Blake Reynolds a little bit earlier. You can see him right there, still chugging along right now for 21 cars that still remain, as we're about 12 laps, so now 11 laps from halfway.
And I was going to actually raise this before we got that caution flag. Blake Reynolds got extraordinarily lucky with that contact. Owen de Groot got a meatball flag. He had to go down pit road and service that vehicle, or otherwise he was going to get disqualified from the race. Whereas Blake Reynolds was very fortunate that he did not receive an equivalent meatball flag. And boy, this is some close racing right here as they go around Dylan Picklesimmer just for an additional lap there. You see he's very much off the pace. But Blake, extraordinarily lucky with how that whole situation turned out, as he is going to try to be a little bit offset from Sean Butler through 1 and 2.
I think Butler's just going to hold the high side and dare Blake Reynolds to pass him low. He has been making that top side work every single lap, at least in 1 and 2. And it's kind of been the opposite. You'll see Reynolds run the high side in 3 and 4. Butler goes to the bottom at 3 and 4. And then in 1 and 2, I think Reynolds just runs wherever Butler isn't to try to make something happen. As you can kind of see Reynolds kind of running more of a diamond line, charging a little bit harder on entry to try to make up time. But don't forget about McAdams either. He's about 1.2 seconds away from these two, and I think with the ability to reset, and I mean, I think Kevin put himself behind the 8 ball because he saved so much on that opening run, and maybe it didn't quite pan out, and he was kind of chasing the strategy. This reset, I think, kind of helps put him back in contention as well.
Wow, this is some close quarters racing. They are on top of each other. Blake Reynolds trying to force an error out of Sean Butler. You see it right there. That's how close they get through the corner. There is no room for error for Sean Butler. He has to be perfect through each corner, or Blake Reynolds is going to be right there to take advantage of any mistake that could happen. As you see Blake, he's going to go to the inside right there. Go side by side with Sean Butler through 1 and 2.
Again, Butler will get the drive off of the corner, so he'll keep the race lead. And how much these two slow up and kind of bring Kevin McAdams back into the picture, that will be what is yet to be seen. Ryan Andrew, meanwhile, continues to lose a little bit of pace to your top 3. Osmer still in control of the lucky dog position. And, you know, one thing I kind of have to, just looking through the order, I'm surprised about is David L. Brown. You know, he fell a lap down a little bit earlier, was kind of trying to stay out a little bit longer. But I have to say, for somebody who's so accustomed to these cars and running well in them, I have to say I'm a bit surprised that he's not kind of in that, you know, exact same conversation that we've had about Butler, Reynolds, and McAdams tonight. Somebody nearly won the All-In 650, has been very competitive in each of the 87 races that we've run. But even back at Auto Club, we know that one was a little bit free, and he struggled with that. So I don't know if it's something where maybe just, you know, saving the right rear tire on this car, is skilled and talented as he is, that just might be his Achilles heel when it comes to approaching these cars.
He is in no lack of accolades in these vehicles, and most notably for at least for me, I think his most impressive is Firecracker 400 pole and the inaugural Firecracker 400 that he has. So definitely a little bit surprising as we see very close battle there. Blake Reynolds almost wrecking it underneath Sean Butler.
Yeah, I think by the time we get to Daytona, I mean, there's hardly, or maybe perhaps nobody better than David L. Brown to try to go out there and get it done. But close quarters between these two once again as Reynolds tries to build up the run. He'll try to throw a slide job once again. And I don't think he's going to hit Butler, but I think he's also kind of trying to force a mistake out of Sean at a certain point to maybe think he's going to overdrive it. But again, he'll go to the top side, kind of set up a huge run down the front straightaway and try it once again. Kind of uses a little bit of side draft to pull him back, but not this time into turn 1, as 2 laps away from being halfway through this one.
Last time by, we didn't get to cover it when he did that slide job. Ronnie Osmer also did a slide job on nobody and unfortunately did make contact with the wall. Did some significant damage to his vehicle. See if he'll be able to hold on to that lucky dog position, but that opens up a great opportunity for Justin Smith if he wants to continue to work his way forward to try and get that lucky dog. And who's that right there other than David L. Brown, the other person looking to get that lucky dog position?
Yeah, Brown kind of running the middle or the bottom side, and I think I might call out when they cross the start-finish line here about it. Congratulations, guys. You are halfway done.
That is incredible. Took an hour and 58 minutes and 57 seconds in order to get to that point. So looking like, just you said, just under 4 hours to complete this race, Blake.
Art Reimer and Jamie Ritchie Price are kind of trading some lines of Bon Jovi back and forth right now over the chat. Kevin McAdams asked what time it was. Timu said 5:16 a.m. I think for Jamie, it's even worse. Of course, Timu's in Finland, and Jamie's in Australia, so he's like middle of his day right now.
Yeah, this is actually quite an international affair of drivers that we have. Everyone all over the place. West Coast of of Europe. We got West Coast of America, East Coast of America, East Coast of Australia. It's all over the place. Plenty of drivers represented all over the world and plenty of time zones.
And I know that's one thing, even talking about the Firecracker, too. I mean, that's one thing that makes that event so cool that, you're bringing 350, 360 people, many of which are not just from the States, but all over the world that know the historic significance of that event, what these cars mean. And, I'm hoping by the time that we get to the Firecracker 400, I know a lot's been made. We have another manufacturer that's being added to the 87 car group here soon. I hope that that's not too far behind, that we get the Pontiac. Maybe we'll have that by the time we run the Firecracker, or even whatever is next on our list. Is we still see this battle amongst your top two continuing between Butler and Reynolds, and Butler just has been solid around that outside, and Reynolds just hasn't been able to try to make a move on him.
Oh no. Oh man. And what's crazy is, while this battle's been heating up, the battle for the lucky dog, just a couple of seconds behind these two guys, has absolutely gone on fire. We got 3 cars racing each other to try and get this lucky dog position. David L. Brown is currently battling side by side. Oh, almost contact as David L. Brown manages to recover as Ronnie Osmer got loose off corner exit. That Ronnie has been all over the place these last couple of laps, and it's just a matter of time before he loses that position. David L. Brown just barely clears himself off of Justin R. Smith.
That's Osmer, that's Brown, that's Smith that would be battling for the lucky dog spot, 1 lap down. Pancari is on their lap, but has continued to drift back after having about 7 or 8 lap older tires to try to start at the tail end of the field, or tail end of the lead lap, I guess it should say. To try to make it up is Osmer up into the wall. That's going to give it to David Brown, and Justin Smith may have something to say about this too. It's not over yet.
That is it may be Osmer out of the picture, but you still got Smith right behind you, Brown. Can't sit around for no time, and don't worry, that lead battle is still just as hot as it was before. You're not missing much up there. They're still in line with each other, just on each other's tails. This is the battle to see on track.
Oh, Osmer, big slide. Once again off of 4. This track has tightened up a little bit, but you still got to have a little bit of rear tire left.
Yeah. Kevin McAdams got a little loose through 1 and 2 there, and we see this heavyweight battle. Reynolds.
Oh! Butler kind of went. Reynolds was going to try to squeeze by up top if he could. Butler kind of shut the door when he saw the run that Reynolds had. It is all about having that top side momentum in 1 and 2. And Butler's not going to let him have it if he has anything to say. And if Reynolds could just get to his outside off of turn 4, then Reynolds, I think, would take the race lead too. But Butler's been really good in 3 and 4.
Now, there is a lap car right ahead of them, Jeremy Ritchie Price. Is that going to play into this lead lap battle here? Is someone going to be able to pinch someone off, prevent that from happening, or is Price going to get out of the way? And he's going to choose to do that, not going to become a battle factor here.
I think Butler's just defending the top side at all costs. You saw how close Reynolds was. It's got to be frustrating. Again, I think it took a lot longer last year for people to kind of figure out how strong that top side could be, but I think after going through that, everybody knows how good especially these 87 cars, with how they carry momentum, and they're so momentum-based. It's a little bit different than, the Gen 4 car here. You could probably make the bottom work a little bit better, but here with these cars, you just can kind of ride this car up the racetrack, diamond it really well in 1 and 2, and that's kind of where you're going to make the most speed. in this race car. So I think that's why, in particular, especially in these cars, that if you can nail the top of 1 and 2, it is going to be hard for anybody to try to get by you.
Ronnie Osborne continues to fall. He has now gone back to the 8th position. Brett Pancari gone around him. So something, that short-term game, hoping for that caution, now turning into a long-term loss for Ronnie. Going to continue to free fall throughout the field as we see Blake Reynolds. He's going to try and make just a little bit, half a headlight, maybe more. Just going to the left, trying to get offset from Sean Butler as he goes high. This is where Sean had an issue last time. He got loose off corner exit. Here, not going to be a factor. Continues going straight.
Sean's starting to pull away in 3 and 4. Bottom lane's working really well for him. We talked about McAdams and how he was kind of able to chase down your top 2. Well, kind of no longer. He fell back 0.3 or so that last lap, and it wasn't because of Jimmy Ritchie Price. I think Kevin just running the bottom has been really loose back there.
Absolutely, and thanks to Puffer Zone Network for the raid. We appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful broadcast, and we welcome everyone from Puffer Zone Network here at eRacer.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, it is lap 266 of the 2nd annual Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. It is Sean Butler and Blake Reynolds who are kind of locked at the hip in a battle for the race lead in a race that has only been slowed 1 time by a caution flag back at about lap 213 or so, 214 is when we had our first caution flag of the night. So been a relatively clean night here at Rockingham Speedway, and certainly playing into the hands of these drivers. You can see 4 are on the lead lap. That's just the difference in pace and who's been able to figure out the rock. Probably one of the most difficult tracks to get a handle of on the oval side of iRacing, and certainly what are the most difficult cars to try to get a handle of as well in these 1987 Chevy Monte Carlos, Ford Thunderbirds, and Buick LeSabres. Blake McCandless, Josh Mendoza on the call, as well as Zach Johnson down in our virtual production trailer. And Josh, scared to check the score of the game.
You tell me how it's going.
Still 3-2.
Oh, man. That's nerve-wracking. Lap 269 out of 500. And last time coming off of turn number 4, I saw something odd out of Blake Reynolds. It might have been turn number 2. I can't quite remember. He got loose on corner exit. He couldn't get to the throttle like he had in the past. So those tires saying sayonara, they did not enjoy that, as we see a crossover maneuver right here. For the first time, I think Blake Reynolds might be able to make a pass on Sean Butler through turns 1 and 2, and he is able to close it off. Now Sean Butler going to be able to do the crossover.
Oh! Reynolds with a big slide off at 2. He got the job done, and then he lost it off of the corner, so he worked all that time to finally clear Butler in 1 and 2 and lost it off of turn 2, and, well, he thought he had something put together. He's going to have to just re-rack it, restack it, and try it again. That is tough there for Reynolds, who was just waiting desperately for that opportunity to clear Butler on the top side, and we'll have to reset and try it again.
I was saying, I think it might have been off of turn number 2 that it was that he was getting loose, and you saw it right there. It was a significant loose condition off of corner exit when he needed it the most. His car did not give it to him, overstepped that boundary, and now he's got to work it back slowly but surely.
Well, again, Butler enters a little bit higher. It seems like Reynolds is kind of able to enter lower and kind of diamond the corner just a little bit more. As you can see, Jameel Hawkins gives way to your 2 race leaders. They continue to pull away from Kevin McAdams, so that hasn't ceased yet. But these two giving us a heck of a show. We saw one last year. Matt Busa, Ryan Doucette, Michael Cozy Jr. Had themselves a whale of a battle here at Rockingham a year ago. And I think we get to the end of this thing. These 2 drivers going to give us one heck of a show here as well. But again, still a lot can happen. A long ways to go. We're about 2 hours and 10 minutes roughly into this one. and on pace to complete 508 miles at Rockingham in just under 4 hours. Again, slowed by one caution flag so far. And I think with who we have left on the racetrack, there's a good chance that we will see a lot more green flag racing throughout the rest of the night.
Blake Reynolds, I think he's closing just ever so slightly each lap. Not quite where he was to make that pass previously, but I think 1 and 2 is going to be where he's going to have to make it happen. Trying to do it extraordinarily clean if he can, but just so nerve-wracking. Owen DeGroot had to come down pit road. I believe he had a flat tire. He's got that serviced. He is now several laps down, about 5, I think, or, oh no, 15.
14. Not close. Tal Owens, a little bit of lap traffic that's up the road from Butler and Reynolds, your top two. McAdams continues to fall back. I think Kevin, after running the bottom for a majority of the run, I think just hasn't quite figured out how to make that top side work in 1 and 2, and how to enter and exit the corner. Is once again Reynolds with a big run off of turn 4, just not quite able to go anywhere with it in 1 and 2.
He would have been able to get so much more with that run, Blake. He was right there. He had it all set up. And off of corner exit at turn number 4, he just rushed the throttle just a little bit too much, and that resulted in him not being able to get that same run that he was able to the first time. There is just an issue with corner exit for Blake Reynolds that he just cannot quite figure out how to get done.
I tell you what, Butler got about as close as you can get to the top of 3 and 4 right there, using every inch of this racetrack. You see, Reynolds enters lower and kind of starts to dive in the corner and about the rock sign in the middle of 1 and 2. Butler, meanwhile, he kind of enters a little bit higher than Reynolds does. So 2 different approaches, and I mean, whatever's going for Butler, I mean, it's worked. He's held Reynolds at bay for this long, and I have to think that, I know we don't talk a ton about aero in these cars, and we're slowing down to about 100, 110 miles an hour or so in the middle of 1 and 2. But, I think when you're battling this long, having that clean air that Butler's been able to enjoy, again, not going to make a huge difference, especially here in 3 and 4, because we've seen these two run completely different lanes. But I think for Butler, I mean, having that little bit of clean air in 1 2, I'm sure that's helping his Pennzoil forward.
Yeah, and not to distract from this incredible battle that's just been a massive chess match. Yeah, the battle for the Lucky Dog is back on. Another 3-car battle for the Lucky Dog, bringing Brett Hunkari in as the 3rd car this time by. It chilled out a little bit there, but Justin Smith was just about as close as we saw Blake Reynolds all previously. So keep an eye on that vertical ticker. We may not necessarily call it out when it happens, but this is a battle that is just as important as the battle is at the front of the pack.
Well, again, we know how hard it is to try and make up a lap. We know that aside from strategy, you're probably not going to be able to do it the old-fashioned way over the course of this run without something significant happening. So I think that's kind of the cat and mouse game that these 3 or 4 are going to have to play as well. As you all kind of have your objectives and what you're trying to do in the race. Well, these 3, they're trying to get back on the lead lap, catch a yellow, and be back in the hunt in the top 5 with Butler, Reynolds, McAdams, and Andrew. But to do that, probably going to have to take some risks, whether you're in the Lucky Dog position, whether you stay out and try to stay out longer than your race leaders to maybe, get kind of waved around and, do it through a little bit of strategy. A lot left to be decided, and the racing back here has been really good as well. As you mentioned, Justin Smith, Brett Hunkari, Brown, they've been kind of exchanging this 5th position back and forth. Right now they're side by side for 6th. And speaking of trying strategies, you could go opposite of it as well, as Osmer, who is also 1 lap down, going to pit from the 8th spot.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy decision there, as we see an additional car. It looks like Owen DeGroot's going to be leaving his pit stall finally. Had a really long pit time. Didn't want to be down there for that long, I think. As we see this battle, that's not necessarily for the Lucky Dog, but that's the one behind the Lucky Dog which is, well, I mean, you got to be one behind the lucky dog to inevitably pass the lucky dog. So just as important as that position right ahead.
Pancari's also got 5-lap older tires and fuel, I guess, because he last pit under green just a couple of laps before we had our latest yellow. I think I saw McAdams in the fence in 1 and 2 that last lap, or he just about scraped it.
Yeah, it's been a lot of close battles there. As McAdams is going to get stuck behind Mr. Owen here in the 09 machine.
Reynolds is going to try it again. He's on the inside in 1 and 2. But Butler, big run up off the top once again. Will hold it at bay. I just don't know. If Reynolds gets clear of Butler, I don't know how much faster he is. I mean, he's able to apply the pressure, but if he can get clear of Butler, I just don't know if Reynolds will be able to drive away or how close Sean can kind of hold him. It's been his track position. It's been how he's been able to go to the top side to defend. The reason he's being able to hold this lead, but I just wonder if Reynolds can get clear, is he going to kind of hold pace with Butler, or would he be able to just drive away completely?
I feel like it would be a very similar battle, Blake. They're both on the same strategy. That caution did neutralize much of the strategy that was in play for the first half of this race. And you see right here a little bit of a battle. Pancari trying to get to the first car 1 lap down. Important in the moment if he can make it happen, if he can keep it stuck there. He does. He clears. Oh no, just barely does not clear there.
Good side-by-side battle here. Up front, Reynolds got loose off of 2, so Butler gains a little bit of ground. But again, Pancari, we've mentioned these 3. They have been exchanging this lucky dog position back and forth, and Pancari now has control of it.
Now, we saw Pancari, he seemed like he was just dropping like a brick throughout the first part of this run, and it was a little concerning. Was the staying out, was that the wrong call to make, even though they were such fresh tires? And I think that was just a long run move. I think Pancari at this point is going to be able to, as we see a side-by-side battle here, you have Ronnie with much fresher tires. Is he going to play a factor in this? He will. He's going to be 3 wide going into turn number 3.
Yeah, he's going to have to give up that position. Now Butler on the top side of 3 and 4, not necessarily where he's been running recently, but you can see how much of a run he's able to get as Reynolds. And Butler got pretty close there off of turn 4, but Osmer able to go on by. And once again, another great opportunity there for Reynolds through one thing or another is faulted through no fault, or thwarted rather, through no fault of his own. You know, have to regroup, try it again, although it seems like when Reynolds is really trying to put the power down and get to full throttle when he's had these runs on Butler, just hasn't quite been able to be comfortable when doing that.
And I'm wondering if that's why we're seeing him struggle to make this pass, as previously it seemed like it wasn't as difficult. He's been going a little bit harder this time. We've seen him getting loose a lot more, whereas previously he was a lot quicker. As we see, he's going to go to the outside. Don't think he's going to be able to get to that power down before Sean Butler's going to be able to clear him off corner exit. And oh, never mind!
That's what he wanted. That's exactly what Blake Reynolds wanted. Is I don't know if there's anything Butler can do now. Reynolds in that preferred outside groove, as Butler just was caught sleeping there off of turn 4. But Butler kind of holding strong on the inside, side by side, but not going to be enough. Butler further back, and Blake Reynolds with the run off the top side is finally going to complete the pass on Sean Butler.
Wow. That was just barely able to make that happen. I cannot believe that. That was so close. It felt like hours in the making, but finally that position changed for the lead, and it was Reynolds just waiting for the one opportunity to make it happen. Now we'll see if he'll be able to pull it away, or if it's just going to be stagnant here.
It's a lengthy battle between those two. Again, we restarted over 80 laps ago, and that's seemingly how long those two were battling. But now
Jamil Hawkins gets loose in turn 1 and 2, but he's going to keep it going forward, no caution.
Yeah, he's down on the apron. He saves it. But we talked about earlier, if Reynolds could get clear of Butler, how much time could he make up, and would he continue to pull away? And, well, I think we're getting our answer. I think the answer is yes. That Reynolds, now that he's able to fully run the top side of 1 and 2, has got a little bit of clean air. Exactly what the doctor ordered for him in his 66 car. But to the contrary now, you got strategy if you're Butler to try and change something up and make a move here as we're coming up on 200 laps to go. Can kind of split this race up into twos or into threes, depending on how you look at it. So Reynolds, Butler, your top two. That battle starts to separate as Reynolds tries to draw out this race lead. McAdams is sliding, and I think actually he's going to pull it down and pit now, and indeed he will. He was really loose in turn 4. Not sure if that's because he was trying to pit or if he's pitting as a result, but nevertheless, Butler will surrender the third position. Ryan Andrew goes up into third as a result, and that only 3 drivers will be scored on the lead lap with Kevin McAdams down for service. Back with you here from Rockingham with the Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. We thought Reynolds was going to pull away, but a big slide that he had a couple moments ago has brought Sean Butler right back into the picture, and tie game, Hurricanes. Let's go.
It is a tied game both in the Hurricanes and on track. It feels like Sean Butler and Blake Reynolds can't get away from each other. I mean, this is about as close as a tied race can get. I think, Blake, they just, when one goes, the other one follows, and if one starts to get a little bit ahead, they make a mistake and they fall right back to them. So it is crazy how close this battle has been. 80 laps of nonstop hardcore racing for the lead.
That it has been, although Reynolds lost about half a second, allowed Butler to kind of reel him back in, close back in. But since then, Reynolds has kind of regrouped, regathered himself, and has started to pull away a little bit as Butler may have tagged the wall there in middle 1 and 2. I think that was what your reaction was for there.
Yeah, he wasn't anything bad, but it was certainly just a little, yep, wall's still there kind of tap. Maybe a little decal taken off the right rear quarter panel, but nothing he won't be able to drive away from without any issues. Definitely light as we got green flag pit stops are officially started. We saw Kevin McAdams kind of kick it off, and now we got Brett Pancari. He's coming down pit road. Jamie Ritchie Price, David L. Brown also coming down pit road. So I believe that's going to move Kevin McAdams to the lucky dog. And that will. Kevin McAdams is now the lucky dog.
Well, again, they pit around 2:15 or so when we had our first and what is up to this point our only caution flag of the night. So I think it's probably another 7 or 8 laps or so before your leaders would be forced to pit. Butler into the wall once again off of turn number 2. Now we know, oh gosh, he nailed it again. Butler is, well, he's scraping that right side pretty good here at the Rock.
A little onboard action here. We'll see if he'll give us another wall scrape here. Oh,
almost.
I think he could have put a paper between the car and the wall that time, but boy, it was close.
Now I have to wonder though, Josh, with how we've seen this race play out and clearly how good the top side is and how you kind of want to be there. I think if you're Butler, you just undercut Reynolds. I mean, in any way possible to get that track position.
I mean, you know he's going to stay out till the end of the fuel run, so you know basically the same thing as Sean Butler is going to get held up here, and that's going to give everything Blake Reynolds wanted right there. Barely staying out of the wall for Reynolds, and Sean Butler is just going to take advantage. Wow.
He gave no warning, and he just about tagged David L. Brown, who had pit. Sean is very quick to bring up almost the exact same scenario where Smithley, I think, called out he was pitting, and David L. Brown ran him over.
Oh, wait. I don't know what's going on here. It sounds
maybe
like
Garrett ran over David. I can't.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Butler, I think, was smart to pit there, and I think that's why it was so sudden is he had 2 cars in front of him. He didn't want to lose time and elected to just come down and not lose that time. Meanwhile, we'll see if Reynolds responds here or how quickly he responds.
There is a gaggle of cars right now off of entering turn number 1. That includes our lucky dog right now, Kevin McAdams, and a couple of others in there. And it is, as we see, Sean Butler is going to, he's going to come up and join this group, Blake.
I'd say McAdams pit nearly 16 laps ago, and it didn't really seem to help him all that much. As we're hearing, Blake Reynolds may have had a little bit of trouble. No, he missed pit road. That's exactly what happened. He missed pit road.
Oh, geez, that's not the kind of thing you want to do. That's going to give, I think that's pretty clearly going to give the lead to Sean Butler. We'll see a replay right here.
Yeah, it will. Off of 3 and 4. Again, the brakes don't necessarily work all that well in these 1987 cars, and you could see he slowed down, and he didn't even try. He figured, okay, I'm definitely not slowed down in time. So again, lost a couple of seconds with that. Also, Butler pit 1 or 2 laps before him. So unfortunately, what Reynolds spent about, 100 laps or so trying to make up ground on Sean Butler, pretty much just threw all of that out the window.
Like, I don't think it's over, though, here, because Sean Butler is doing something that, well, I don't necessarily agree with. He just went purple that last lap, not this most recent one, but the lap before it. And there's no reason to be putting that much wear on your tires that quickly. I don't think it's worth it. All you're doing is just ruining your long-term speed, and this race has been all about long-term speed. I don't know. I just don't feel confident with that decision to go all out right now.
Well, I don't think he's necessarily going all out. I just think, oh, trouble off of turn 4. Ryan Andrew, they're in the middle of the racetrack, and caution flag is out as Ryan Andrew from the race lead came down and was trying to pit, and Chatelaine ran into the back of him. Jamie Ritchie Price got into the back of Chatelaine as well. Not sure if there was a call that was missed or a call that was made.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But nevertheless, Ryan Andrew gets the worst end, well, kind of the worst end of it. He's the race leader, so he stays on the lead lap. And then Chatelaine, just
my goodness.
lifted into the air by Jamie Ritchie Price.
Wow. I take back what I said, Sean. Going fast was the right decision. John Butler will be our lucky dog.
Well, I was about to say going purple, probably there's more factors that play into it, mostly just the fact that the track temperature is cooled down quite a bit. So you're going to go faster at this juncture of the race than at any time. And I think Ronnie Osmer... Yeah, I think Osmer's the lucky dog.
Oh, interesting. Oh, no.
All right, Josh, you want to handle that? I'll bring Brian into the booth.
Uh-oh. Got a timing and scoring error. We'll see how this plays out, and I'll be back.
Well, you're the race control expert. We'll let... All right, well, so we're kind of in a quagmire here with the race leader kind of getting spun and creating something with timing and scoring. We'll do our best to fix it as we run under the second caution flag of the evening. And I mentioned we were going to bring him in earlier. Let's do it now. Brian Blackford ran in the Rockingham 508 last year. Sir, how are you doing on this fine May evening?
I'm doing great, Blake. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty well. We've had a good race so far. A lot of green flag racing in this one. Lanes have been kind of moving around, although everybody's kind of ventured up to the top now. It seems to be kind of the place to be right now. But I don't know. I guess kind of think about your experience last year and kind of how that race went for you, and what these drivers may be facing out there tonight.
Yeah, I've been watching, and it's the word that comes to mind for me is for these guys is passion. You just you've gotta really love what you're doing to really put together a complete race in these type of conditions. We've one of the hardest cars to drive on the whole iRacing platform. One of the hardest tracks to drive on the whole iRacing platform, and clearly, all these guys have got a tremendous amount of passion for iRacing and doing a great job keeping this thing green. I think last year, after the race, Blake, we were on with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and he went a couple laps down due to poor pit strategy, and I thought he was gonna make it a little easy on me. There for a second, when he lined up on the inside when I was battling for the win. Me and Landon had the perfect pit strategy, and man, after the race, he was chatting to me on Discord, and he was like, "Sorry, Blackford, I just really want a top 20 in typical Dale Jr. fashion, and I was just thinking about that before I hopped in here.
I want a top 20, man.
And that's like, that's Hall of Fame worthy passion right there for what he's doing, and all these guys have kind of done that tonight. It's been really impressive. I've been tuning in on and off, but yeah, it's a really cool event.
Yeah, it has been. It was last year. It is this year as well. I mean, there's a good argument to be made that without Dale, there wouldn't be a 1987 car that's anywhere on the service. It started with the Chevys, the Fords. They brought the Buick into the fold, and have kind of progressed now to where we're looking forward to the Pontiac coming out in short order. I hope that I think it's going to be. And again, I'm not saying this is somebody who is in the know or whatever. I'm hoping that this next season, which I think ends in 2 weeks or so, is week 13, something like that.
Yeah.
I hope that is that's when the Pontiac will be busted out, and hopefully we can have it for the running of the E-Racer Firecracker 400, which that's another thing we could talk about. Another great e-racer event coming up. That should be a lot of fun. Announced the sign-up date was July 4th is when you can sign up for that race. So I know it's a little bit of time. I have to be a little bit patient, but I think it's going to be well worth the wait. We'll get this race restarted. I think timing and scoring is all sorted out. You'll see 5 cars on the outside on the lead lap, led to the green by Sean M. Butler. Second restart of the night. Green flag in the air on lap 321. And
Yeah,
thanks
sorry
for
about that.
getting all that sorted out for us, Josh.
It
So
happens.
what exactly happened?
So it picked up it let the people around who it thought passed Ryan Andrew after Ryan Andrew wrecked his incredible racing on this restart here. And then but it didn't let by a couple of people that had passed after the caution to come out. Ryan Andrew was sitting backwards, so clearly not maintaining a cautious pace.
Yeah.
And about 4 or 5 of them passed Ryan Andrew, but 3 of those guys came down pit road immediately following, so they gave up their right to that wave around. And so then David O'Brown and Brett Punkari get their last back because they passed Ryan Andrew and Ryan Andrew wrecked.
Glad Josh has got it under control.
He's on top of it. Again, it's like the worst time to have it is when the leader gets spun. And I mean, the leader was trying to pit there and Ryan Andrew, but he's on top of it. We got all of that sorted out. And I think we're kind of set and due once again to have a battle between Butler, Reynolds, and McAdams. But Brian, I kind of want to ask you about the Firecracker 402. I know it's something very near and dear to your heart, and you've been a big part, the last couple of years of getting a lot of great footage and a lot of great content put together for that race. Just kind of talk about that passion project, because I know you've been heavily involved with all that, over the last 2 years ago, I guess, when we last ran it.
Yeah, we did have very grandiose plans, and we executed on most of them. I was kind of worried there. We kind of crammed in Dale Jr.'s interview I think 2 or 3 days before the actual race, and had to scramble to edit all that together and make it flow and make it make sense for our broadcast. And obviously we had the Hall of Fame involved with Winston that first year. He did some amazing work for us. So I'm actually working on trying to make that happen again. No promises, but
Please
we're absolutely trying to make sure that this race can just be kind of part of the Hall of Fame's just how we connect to the sim racing community. I think it's a great opportunity, and let me be clear, I have no say whatsoever in how or how much or how little we're involved. That's all beyond the scope of my work, but obviously I'm pulling for it as much as I possibly can. So hopefully we'll have some great news to share there. But regardless, I've got video editing skills that I'm willing to provide the team, and obviously we've put together some pretty cool stuff in the past, so maybe we can do something special, the kind of like that intro video we did with the first year with Winston, that kind of gave everybody chills. I still haven't received my Oscar for that. I'm kind of
I know, what the heck,
curious if
man?
it got lost in the mail or what happened.
The Oscar, Emmy, I mean, whatever. Probably both. Or Grammy. I think maybe it's deserving of that as well. I mean, yeah, that thing gives me chills. I knew Sean did a great job with, well, funny enough, he's leading this race with the announcement video for this year's Firecracker 400 as he tries to hold off Blake Reynolds, who has gotten to him much quicker this run than he did the run ago. 171 laps to go. And, one of the things I love about these events is that, we've run 330 laps at Rockingham. We've had 2 yellows. Again, I don't know many groups out there in iRacing, whether they're all a bunch of Coke drivers or not, that, could put together a race like this and A lot of these events we've seen it time and time again. And it's cool to see and cool to provide that type of experience for the drivers.
Yeah, it's all, like it takes teamwork, even amongst the drivers, to have a quality race, it takes teamwork. To have a quality broadcast, it takes teamwork. And, putting together that production for the Firecracker, it wasn't just me, it was Winston's incredible, voiceover talent. And obviously Landon and Parker and Josh with helping with the script and just kind of giving a general direction of like what we wanted something to look like, to get people inspired for these types of races. You can really, pull on certain strings, and it's really going to get people to get passionate, motivated, excited, all those great things. So I think eRacer does a better job than anyone than that, than putting on a real event. It's not just about the races, it's not just about the cars going around the track. There's a lot more that goes into it, and eRacer does all of that times 10.
Appreciate that so much, Brian. I will say, you were saying you're not sure if you can make it happen, but I think we can all agree that just being considered by the Hall of Fame to be sponsored by them, it's not something that I'm sure they take lightly, and to just even be considered is just an absolute, it just humbles, I think, all of us to be considered for something like that.
Yeah, and back in the day, when I first started sim racing, we would have people would have been shaking their heads like, what are you talking? Well, there was no Hall of Fame back then, but like a real legitimate, there's real legitimate sponsors and partners now, and like, when we first started sim racing, I actually got my first sponsorship in 2004 or something, and a guy paid me like $10 for the whole season, and I thought that was amazing. Like, he paid my entry fee. I'm just gonna run his scheme forever. And now we're to the point where, man, guys are making good money. Like, this is actual business for people. It's pretty incredible how far we've come.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking the days back when a broadcast would be recorded and you'd send it out on on a DVD or something to everybody and mail it.
Yeah. And there was no replays. There was no social media to actually see what happened. You just kind of had to go by word of mouth, like, hey, Kevin King won.
That or Ventrilo, I guess.
Yeah, and you are you're the librarian of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola series. You have almost every single replay file that has ever existed up until you no longer had access to it anymore, which is just an incredible just data mine of just information, historical, and all of that. So absolutely phenomenal that you have that at your disposal as well.
Yeah, we should get those uploaded. I've been meaning to, like, as far as like this race goes, the Firecracker, like, I think it would be cool if we could have like an archive of just onboards. Just so we remember this. There's a lot of races I wish I could remember back from in 2015, 2016. I had no idea, like, things would change in the sim. Things feel different. Oh, we got a
pass. Yeah.
Well, is it? Yep. Yeah. Well, oh, Butler's still hanging out on the top side, but Reynolds is going to shut the door. And didn't take Blake nearly as long this time as it did over the course of that last run. Which, again, Reynolds has kind of been, I don't want to say bailed out, but is, for all the pace that he's had tonight, he's kind of been helped by some of the mistakes that have been made. He obviously had that contact a little bit earlier in the night with Owen DeGroot. Ended up getting a caution, momentarily after that, and missed pit road over the course of the last run, and then kind of got, another get out of jail free card with Ryan Andrews spinning. So the two times, or the two opportunities that he has made mistakes. He's been able to get right back in the fold, but I mean, there's no doubt about it. He is the fastest driver at the Rock tonight, and it's going to take some type of strategy or something that Butler or McAdams can conjure up to try and beat him tonight.
And don't mind Justin R. Smith right there, not for position, but he may do this the classic way if he's able to get past these two guys and get a lap back that way.
I've got a question for you guys. So the whole first half of the first Rockingham 508, I was running the bottom. Landon and I were running the bottom. I told Landon Castle, anybody who goes to the top is silly. Like there's no way you can make that work over the course of a run. And by the end of the race, I saw guys pulling away from me on the top, and Landon was like, "Oh, let me go to the top." Almost won the race. I'm just curious, what is happening? Is there more dynamic track now, or is the race long enough for dynamic track to work here, or is the tire model functioning differently than the last time I drove this thing?
I'll be honest. I think it was more just discovery. I think the top has always kind of been the lane. I just think everybody kind of had your line of thinking where, oh well, yeah, of course if you go to the top, it's going to wear your tires, it's going to heat them up, and you're not going to have anything left at the end of the run. And I think through the course of the last race, we kind of saw, okay, well later in the race when the track cools off and it tightens up a little bit, the outside can kind of work later in the race. Well, I think in this race, everybody just kind of went to the top early, and it didn't really, nobody really paid the price for it. So I think we've just kind of found out through trial and error, really. Not that much has changed or it's interacted with the track a little bit differently, but just that, the top is just the way to go. And I think that's something that we just kind of discovered over having run 2 races and 500 laps that maybe we wouldn't have otherwise known earlier.
Yeah, I guess the funny thing to me is that I never figured it out after 500 laps. So I'm just blown away, that I just didn't discover that, and I guess it does take a very unique entry. Center exit. It's definitely a unique line. I just wish I would have tried it. Now thinking back.
Yeah, it would be. To imagine kind of the old school V6 dynamic track and whatnot, how many lanes you could create over a 500 lap race here would just be insane. It would be so cool to see, not only running the top, but do you enter high, do you enter low? Jamie Ritchie Price, I think solo car spin here on the inside lane. He's okay.
Yeah, I got a meatball though.
Yeah, unfortunately, meatball flag there for Jamie. I always love having Jamie in these races. He puts together an awesome compilation after and makes some great content out of it. See one more time what happened to him.
Man. Turn 2, turn 2 is just insanely hard here.
Hopefully that's just a flat tire, meatball flag, and you can be back out there again shortly as we see, got tires changing, so that's a good sign, I think.
I mean, that's one thing here about this racetrack in general is, how it kind of changed when you got a little bit of safer barrier added to the track and how it really narrows up on a corner exit. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of what, happened with North Wilkesboro last week. The track is so wide, it doesn't really affect much, but off of the corner, losing, that just couple of feet with the safer barrier there kind of, I think, caused 1 or 2 wrecks in the Cars Tour race. I didn't get to watch the truck race, but it just really narrows up on exit.
There is an incredible battle right now for 14th. The 38 machine and all these guys this is just a group of cars on top of each other trying to make their way around. They were 3 wide through the corner last time by. I think 38's going to drive away here, but you still got the side-by-side battle between the 94 and the 92 for 15th place. This has been just non-stop, a slug match between these drivers. Keep an eye on that one, Blake.
I think Florida Man in the chat makes a really good point, and kind of like it's almost like a Darlington line in a way, like the way you kind of attack 1 and 2 here with the top working as good as it is.
Interesting. As soon as that was an intense battle, it's kind of gone back to single file race, and that's how quick things can come and go in this race. It makes you want to hop on those opportunities as soon as you get them.
Also, you know, I was mentioning earlier that Kane scored with like 3 minutes left. Well, they gave up a goal with like 4 seconds left. So it's over.
Sorry, Blake.
Yeah, big sad.
Playoff hockey, though, you can't really beat it.
No, you can't. And you know, like I know everybody's gonna freak out, like, oh, you got swept, whatever. But it's just cool to be a part of the conversation, and you know, to go deep into the playoffs, because you know, I remember a decade where we didn't even make the playoffs. So cool to be in it every year.
Well, I grew up a Tampa Bay Rays fan, so you
same. Go Rays.
can understand. You know, the patience that you had to have for that team as well, or franchise too. It's kind of like this race. You have to have a lot of patience.
There you go. I'd watch them in AAA at Durham, and then they'd go to Tampa, play good, and then I don't know, get bought out by like the Cubs or the Red Sox or something.
Yeah.
Sacramento Kings fan over here, huh? I know it's a different sport, but boy, it was good to be a part of the playoff picture this year. Even if we got knocked out first round, felt like it was a step in the right direction for that whole organization. And as Sean would say, and he's right, I was not a part of it.
But also, you know, this is kind of this is an awesome time, you know, the month of May with motorsports and kind of everything that's happening. I know even on iRacing, I think, you know, another reason that there's a lot of people not running tonight is, well, guess what? Cook 600. Indianapolis 500, or yeah, Cook 600 is running during the week. And I believe in NIS launched at 5 o'clock or so.
I was actually watching Rajah's stream for a while. I was doing dishes and I pulled out the tablet and just watched. And man, people have come a long way when it comes to these long races. You know, usually, you know, you just have that little over-aggression early on in races. And I feel like everybody has collectively upped their game and measured the risk versus reward for these longer races. And now you've got, you know, a decent amount of cars running at the end and typically battling really close.
Oh my goodness, there was almost a wreck between David L. Brown and Ryan Andrew. Oh, that was very close. Off corner exit, Ryan Andrew hit the wall, almost came down into David L. Brown, and that was going to be very reminiscent of the wreck we saw off of turn number 2 earlier. Fortunately, not a factor, but definitely a close call, one of our closest calls all race.
And I think we're joined by somebody else in the broadcast booth, fresh off of running. Were you running D&Q this week at Millbridge?
No, I was watching midgets and micros.
Oh, well, how was that?
It was fun, dude. That was my first midget race I've ever been to. I've been to one other micro race, but it was awesome.
That's good. We're in the midst of our third run of the night. We've only had 2 cautions so far. We're on lap 362 of 500. Blake Reynolds has kind of shown the way. Butler and McAdams are kind of close, but Blake's been really tough to beat tonight. 5 cars on the lead lap. So it's been one heck of a race so far. Good to have you, Travis. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, it was fun. It's fun. Everyone in this booth was at North Wilkesboro at some point during this week, this previous week.
That is true.
That is interesting. We don't normally get to say something like that. So, I guess
No one had
collectively,
as much fun as I did, though.
I'm not gonna even
Dude,
deny that.
I don't know, man.
You got a great story, Brian?
No, it's a nerdy story, so nobody wants to like hear it.
Oh.
But the race started going green for that cup race, and I just started over analyzing every single aspect. Every single car that went by, I just over analyzed everything. And I had the time of my life. I was like, the whole time I'm like, wait a second, I'm really at North Wilkesboro. What?
Oh, I'll be right back.
All right. It was fun. I got to watch the race with Brian, and we were both. He was telling me everything he was seeing, and I was pointing out a couple of things. But it was a lot of fun to watch that race together, Brian. I had a really good time with that.
Yeah, man, me too. I wish we would have stumbled into Moonhead and landed, but Landon Huffman. I didn't see him. I saw the video Travis posted. I'm like, man, we didn't bump into him.
We'll have to go back out there again when they have an all-star format and a better package that makes that race show what North Wilkesboro is really about.
Yeah, I mean, racing I saw at Wilkesboro was great.
I know you. I'll just tell a little story here. Blake at the beginning of the week, he called his shot. He said, "I think the Cars Tour race is going to be the race of the week," and I mean, if it wasn't that truck race, I guarantee you that Cars Tour race was the race of the week.
Yeah, I mean, super late models, they put on a pretty good show. I think there was kind of more comers and goers in the Cars Tour race, but I feel like that was pretty good. And, I mean, honestly, the truck race may have taken the race of the week. I didn't get to watch the truck race, but from what I heard, it was pretty incredible.
Yeah, that truck race was awesome to watch. I got the opportunity. I was sitting there and I was actually watching it with Liam Brotherton. Me and him were analyzing how he was just having a whole fun time watching them just off of corner exit of turn number 2, dive it to the apron and help that corner, and then the same thing off of turn number 4. It was a blast. There was a lot of hardcore racing. Definitely a great exhibition of what that track could be about.
And I'm not really surprised, but I think it was kind of cool in a way to see, because all the, Harvick, Chastain, Briscoe, Kislat, all those guys running the race. I was kind of, I don't want to say I was happy, but I thought it was really cool that, the Cars Tour regulars kind of showed out in that race. That, you didn't have all these guys come in and take provisionals and run in the top 10. I think, I mean, not as in like, oh, it would have been really cool to, have those guys finish up front and run really well, but I think it spoke a lot about, how good those drivers are in the Cars Tour, that, they were able to hold their own and, be able to battle side by side with those guys.
Yeah.
I'm blown away every time I see an onboard of one of those things. Like, they are busy in those cockpits.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy what they're able to do and the wherewithal they have, because again it's not, they're racing somebody every corner, like in front of, behind them. It's insane, like how close, how competitive it is. Speaking of that, McAdams has chased down Sean Butler, who I think has run all of his tires off at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely looking a lot slower. Doesn't have that same defense on that outside line that we've historically seen from him. He seems to be slipping backwards pretty quickly.
He tapped the wall a couple times.
Yeah, not what he needs to do. Now, I do want to call out those heat races for the Cup cars. I have to say it. Those rain tires, thank God that we finally have a solution to run in damp conditions, because
on short tracks.
But still, that's more than that whole night could have been red flagged racing. Red flag. We could have been there forever. But we ended up getting some of the best racing of the week, in my opinion. It was very close racing. There was more. The tires were softer. It was awesome. One of the funny things that Brian can attest to is we spoke to one of the drivers before the feature race on Sunday, and he had mentioned that him and his team were trying to petition to NASCAR that they should allow them at some point during the race to put the rain tires on, go out for a run, even if it was dry. And that would have been super entertaining to watch.
Yeah. And actually, when I was in the media center, Seth Eggert mentioned a really interesting stat to me. In typical Seth fashion, the 1966 Daytona 500 was finished in the rain. And they didn't really throw the caution immediately when it did start to rain, so I think that's the last time the Cup Series raced in wet conditions. I guess outside of maybe the Charlotte All-Star race where they all watered it up and wanted to.
Yeah.
But
or I guess Xfinity if you want to count that, but
yes,
I think
true.
Xfinity's done a couple of wet rain races already prior.
Yeah, just the Cup Series. I forgot to mention that. Just the Cup Series.
And is that only on oval? Because yeah, that has to be on oval because we went to Coda.
Yep, just on the ovals. But yeah, I guess Richard Petty was out there in the rain, wheeling it. I can't imagine. Can you imagine just being at Daytona and it's raining, but they're just not going to throw the yellow yet.
Well, we saw it last year, I think.
It didn't last very long, I guess.
One turn. And 20 wreck cars later.
all right. Well, we will step away for just a moment as we have about 120 laps to go. The last 20% of the Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation coming to you next. It's Blake Reynolds, Kevin McAdams, and Sean Butler, your top three. And back with you here just before we start what we think would be our final round of green flag pit stops at Rockingham tonight. Blake McCandless, Brian Blackford, Josh Mendoza, and for a brief second, Travis Brown was with us. Although, if you don't know, if Travis is in Discord and he says, I'll be right back, that usually means good night. Oh, Butler is almost spinning on the front straightaway. He is all sorts of sideways. He can hardly control that car.
That car has turned evil.
I don't know what he's done, but he has run his tires completely off of that car. I don't know if he can go much longer. The problem is if he pits right now, he can't make it to the end.
Yeah, that's an issue.
And, you know, honestly, guess who's been chasing down the race leader is somebody just spun right in front of Blake Reynolds, or half spun. It was Ronnie Osmer. Kevin McAdams has made up some ground on Blake Reynolds. He was back about 4 seconds. It's down to 2.
Kevin McAdams is known for the short pit as well. I mean, you got to make it to the end, but as soon as that window is open to make it to the end, and maybe a little bit before, I wouldn't be shocked to see Kevin come down pit road and try to undercut as we see Ronnie again into the outside wall right in front of Kevin McAdams.
He is all over the place.
I'm impressed that he has maintained a 5th position, because for the last 200 laps, he's hit everything but the front end of that car in wall.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed here with Kevin, the long run pace he's had, and I'm surprised that Butler is struggling as much as he has right now. I mean, every single run, he's kind of been lockstep with Blake Reynolds. And now, I mean, his tires are completely just gone. Completely gone. And especially at a part of the race where, again, the track is so much cooler. I mean, we started the race, it was about 138 degrees. It's about 103 now. So way, way cooler than what we started with, and yet these guys are sliding around like it's still really hot and slick out there.
Yeah, I'm watching the ticker, and it looks like I've seen it dip below 2, and then right there on the backstretch it's down to 1.8. The lap before it didn't get to 1.8. It was like the high 1.9. So I definitely see him closing in a little bit.
And Kevin looks smooth too.
Yeah, he is quick and smooth, but I want to point out one driver that is extraordinarily impressive to me, given the circumstances that we just saw him in not too long ago. That's Gilles Chatelain in the 111 machine. He's in the top 10, albeit 2 laps down, still out there, still racing, and all 4 tires were off the ground, not but an hour ago, coming to us from Switzerland. That is commitment right there.
Got a lot of international representation in this field. Chatelain, Richie Price, Timu.
Impressive.
See everybody come in as, again, that gap between 1 and 2 continues to shrink down to about 1.5 seconds now. Yeah, McAdams is fast on the stopwatch right now.
Yes, he is.
My only worry is he going to run out of time once we have to start this pit cycle, which we've seen drivers go about 1:05, so that window is going to open here shortly.
The great thing about Kevin here is, he's just trying to beat one guy. He doesn't have to overthink this. He can afford to take a risk here, so might as well go for it.
I think we've seen, again, track position matters so much that if Kevin chases down Blake and, he kind of just starts to not reel him in, I mean, do you just try to short pit to get the track position? Because we've seen how well that works, and that you can be a little bit slower if you can try to force somebody to pass you on the bottom. But Blake just looks all sorts of sideways, and Kevin looks as smooth as a cucumber right now.
It's interesting to see when Kevin gets there. How's he going to attack this? Because he doesn't have quite the experience that Blake does on both sides of this attack. The attack, the defense. Yeah, we'll see just how cucumber smooth he'll be.
There's another 10th kind of take it away in that lead right that last lap. Down to about 1.4, now down to 1.3. See Jameel Hawkins goes on by. And again, Butler, that's the problem with Sean, is that he can't pit until, well, probably about right now. As much as he's been struggling, he can't afford to pit, unless he doesn't want to make it on fuel. I'm sure the fuel mileage has gotten probably a little bit worse, too, with how much the track's cooled down. So it's probably the next lap or two that he could probably think about coming in with, how everybody's pretty much been running the top side every lap. Reynolds also got some lap traffic in front of him, too. This is going to help Kevin a little bit. 0.2 that time. McAdams was faster.
I mean, if you're Reynolds here, do you even wait for him to get to you, or do you just cover the undercut and just come down pit road? Maybe not this time, but next time.
That's what I'm thinking. And plus, it's getting worse and worse. It's not just a little bit here and there. It's a tenth. It's 0.2. It was almost 0.3 that lap. It's down to about 0.7 of a second. McAdams chasing down Reynolds. And I think you're right. I think if you're Reynolds, you see the gap shrinking, and, you just decide to come down and pit and kind of take that advantage away from Kevin. But you also run the risk of, a caution coming out. You go a lap down, and then you probably never get it back here in the last 100 laps.
Yeah, it's a difficult call. I mean, certainly it would cover the race lead, but you're making a massive gamble with the undercut. We saw that we almost got through that entire last pit cycle before the last car to come down and get service ended up causing the yellow, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. That's the gamble you make, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose.
It's hard for me to come down pit road if the leader's getting bigger like that. For me, I'd stay out. I think
Brett Pancari almost wrecked it off of corner exit right there. He kept it together, but there's a little side-by-side action. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Brian.
I think that's all I had to say.
Oh, okay. No more insight. Got it.
I'm surprised Butler. I mean, he's fallen back 8-9 seconds. So he really wore his stuff out trying to hold Blake Reynolds off. But I tell you what, it's going to be a couple laps. Kevin McAdams is going to be your race leader if nothing changes.
Blake's also got to be careful about these lap cars that he's all catching. Some of them are going to start coming down pit road, and all it takes is one miscommunication before a car is spinning right in front of you. Got to be careful of that. We saw that happen that last pit cycle as well.
Is there a fuel window not like 80 laps, or is it a little bit long?
So the tire window last year was about 80 laps or so because you'd blow a tire. They've made changes to the 87 tire. You can see David L. Brown down in the pits, but by extending the tire life, we're kind of going back to, you're kind of looking at your fuel life. You're not looking at tire life.
Yeah.
And that's about, I don't know, Cap shows me my last run was 105 laps you could make it on fuel, but that was running the bottom and when the track was, 137 degrees. So I'd imagine it'd be a little bit worse now that it's 103 and everybody's pretty much running the top at both ends.
John Butler is coming down pit road.
So finally Butler makes his stop. And I'm sure we're within about 10 laps of the race leaders being forced to pit. Again, McAdams, though, he's made some good moves on the bottom of 3 and 4. That's what's been working for him the last couple laps, and now that's down within half a second. Again, this gap was nearly 4 seconds at one time, and McAdams has made all that ground up and more as Reynolds slides off of turn 2.
Oh, he's there. He's absolutely there.
And he's going to pit. He's going to shortcut Reynolds. He gets down to 40, no issues there. Really curious call. Just as soon as he was going to pull up to Reynolds, he was not going to allow Blake to have the opportunity to short pit him. So out of this, McAdams, assuming everything goes well on this pit stop, if they were side by side, he's going to pass Blake through this cycle. There's no doubt about it, and Blake's going to stay out another lap.
I mean, the difference for Blake here is, I mean, you can go down pit road and risk being stuck a lap down, or you stay out here in the lead as long as possible, and you may go finish second or third. It's not a terrible day at the office, although...
Not really.
Oh, welcome back. We thought you went to sleep.
No, I was on a phone call.
Oh, okay. Got an Xfinity ride for next week?
Yep.
Great. Glad to hear it. Breaking news. Whoa, we got one spinning in turn number 3 and 4. They're going to keep
down
it
to the
straight.
bottom, though, out of the way. I think Aaron Russell may have blown a tire. At least that's what it looks like. Surprised he didn't pit there.
That is curious. He doesn't have a meatball flag, so I don't think it's a flat tire.
And no, he actually just came out of the pits.
Interesting.
So he's on cold tires and looped it around. We've seen that a lot tonight, where guys who just come out off of pit road are the ones who are getting loose and spinning out. We saw Desitel do it a little bit earlier.
There was a moment where Blake had everybody 2 laps down. Maybe actually it's still the case, but it looks really cool.
Everyone is 1 lap down at the moment.
Well, that's the ticker.
Yeah, the ticker has got a little bit of an issue with calculating.
Okay. Well,
John Butler is the last car 1 lap down, and then 2 laps down from there on out.
it still looks cool.
It does. Well, there's that accomplishment that he wanted to get.
I am shocked that Reynolds is still out. I mean, he's the only car on the lead lap, so I guess it's working for him. And if caution comes out, well, GG's everybody, but McAdams is going to be making up a lot of time right now. He's making up over a second a lap. And, we're only going to go less than 90 laps to the end of this, so it's not like we have a full 100 laps to look forward to where you can gain that time back.
And obviously, sorry, Travis.
That's all I had to say.
I had a question. So obviously the fall's not linear. At what point are we leveling off at a range of lap time?
Well, Brian, I'm thankful we live in a country where you can ask those questions, and I'm going to look over to Blake to get that answer. Blake, what do you think?
Well, speaking of Blake just pit. Yep, there he is. Blake Reynolds is on pit road.
I think it's about lap 15, I think, is when that kind of levels out. I don't know. That's what I saw, Blake.
It's closer to about 35-ish.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just the tire conservation that I'm seeing these guys doing makes it look like it's that early on.
Which, that's fine, but I also think, again, you've given all this track position to Kevin, and we've seen how hard it can be to pass somebody that you're kind of matching pace with.
That would be my concern for Blake.
Kevin's past Blake. Now Ronnie is the single car between Blake and Kevin at the moment. John Butler is gonna still be behind Blake Reynolds even after all that time lost. Blake Reynolds is still gonna end up out in front of Sean Butler by about 10 car lengths or so.
Yeah, without a caution, Sean's out of this thing. Again, I'm just surprised that he restarted up front, had everything going for him, and ran the tires off and trying to hold off Blake and kind of took himself out of the race, essentially doing that. So McAdams actually passes, so Justin R. Smith is not pit yet, and McAdams just passed him for the race lead as Smith tried to stay out, and he may continue to do so and try to catch a caution. Osmer still hasn't pit yet. He's back on the lead lap for the moment. And Ryan Andrew is just at the tail end of the lead lap trying to hang on. He just came out of pit road about 10 laps ago. So it's about 5.5 seconds that Reynolds is going to have to make up on McAdams. Now, he's going to make up a decent chunk of that for these opening few laps. But I have to imagine when he gets to Kevin, I feel like I don't know if he's going to have more of a tire advantage or if he's going to kind of have leveled off at that point. And also, you got to think, I mean, Kevin wasn't exactly a short-run hero that last run. You know?
Yeah, he was fast at the end.
Yeah, so he saved a lot for the end of the run. And I imagine he's probably doing the same here. He's not probably pushing near as hard as Blake is.
You also got to, like, if I'm in Blake's shoes, I'm not going to do tire conservation as much. I don't know. I think the value is getting that track position now. And if I could have last lap, just to try to get as much as I can, because you don't know when the next caution is going to come out, and that's going to basically neutralize that whole tire conservation strategy.
So I think this shows the stark contrast here. Is Blake came out of the pits and Blake is rattling off 25.8s, 26.1s, very, very quick laps. Kevin came out of the pits and he's running consistent 26.5s, 26.4s. So Kevin is still thinking, he may have undercut Reynolds, but he's still thinking long run. He wanted to undercut him, and I bet he's going to hold him off here as long as he can, but he's not going to run his stuff off doing so. Any amount of tire that he can make Blake use to try and get around him, that's a bonus in his mind. So I think he's going to try the same thing again and try to have speed, with 20 laps to go to have something to battle Blake with.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That makes sense to me. Just because you do level off, and for 60 laps of the run, you're kind of trading times. Even with somebody who might have 5-lap fresher tires.
Well, and again, McAdams, the benefit here is that Kevin can run the top. We know how good that has been, how difficult it's been to pass on the bottom, so he's going to make Reynolds work just that much harder to try to get around him.
And here we go. Nothing.
Well,
There's just no resistance to that pass.
All right. So, we got one
trouble.
spinning on the back. Yeah, trouble.
Oh, now he's driving back. Well, he's not driving back. He's driving the right direction, just facing the wrong direction. That's what I was trying to say. The worst J turn I've ever seen in my life. And now he's going to get back rolling.
And that was an
L turn.
That was a slick move to not bring out a yellow.
Yeah, he kept it on the apron. He pit 4 laps ago. So again, another example of somebody coming out of the pits on cold tires and spinning out.
I don't want to say anything, but are there a couple of cars here that might be pushing an issue here more than they should to try and actually get a lap back?
Well, you say more than they should.
This is a racetrack, Josh.
This is true. This is
iRacing, not I let you buy.
This is thank you guys. I'm glad I have you guys.
Yourself?
No, actually, you see, Travis, I've been on here for a long time, and I've seen a lot of people type that in the race chat.
Oh.
You know one thing we haven't been doing tonight?
What's that?
iPacing.
Oh.
True.
But there is
Everyone
one thing.
who says that one thinks that they said it first, I feel like, too. They think that they're the funniest person in the world when they say that.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but Brian, you've been around longer than any of us. Was that around in like the beta days and
I don't
long before
remember
fixed setups?
specifically, but it feels like it's been around a really, really long time. But
Don't let this distract you from the fact that we have a heavyweight battle here for the lucky dog on screen right now.
Yep, David Brown, Justin Smith. These two guys, they have done a lot of racing around each other. Now, the problem is that Smith has 16-lap fresher tires, so that's probably not much of a battle anymore.
Well, we called it out while it happened. Go back to what we were doing.
sometimes, you know, in this race last year, I found myself in a rivalry with somebody not on the same lap, like more so than the people on my lap, because, you know, the cycles would just happen and like, or, you know, people would line up on the inside line and you'd be on the outside line and you just happen to be clashing, trying to race the cars you're trying to race, you know, on different laps. And I can specifically remember the paint scheme of the guy that bothered me to no end last year.
What did it look like?
um, I don't want to specifically call. I don't
Was it
remember his
Landon
name.
Castle?
No, it wasn't. But I believe it was like one of the Daytona USA cars, and it was just every restart, man. It was just frustrating. Like, but it's just an super interesting, like, you know, challenge that you deal with, you know, these cars with this rules package. You just find yourself, yeah, that car. It wasn't that driver, but that car, man. Oh, he was in the way. Every restart.
Confirm that Brian strongly dislikes Shamey Ritchie Price.
No, he seems to be doing a good job. 23 laps down, still out there digging.
Now, one thing I think, so Reynolds, I think, is well aware of what Kevin's trying to do, and I think to counteract that, he got ahead of Kevin, and he's kind of parking the bus now, too. I mean, he's not really pushing the issue. He's kind of keeping that gap at about 0.6 to about half a second or so.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
he knows how difficult to make that pass later in the race is. So he doesn't necessarily have to have better tires at the end. He just needs to have a better defense, like we saw Sean doing earlier. Keep that top side basically unpassable, and I don't know what Kevin could do to improve.
Yeah, Blake has to change something this run because the end of last run, obviously, like, I think Kevin could have passed him. So, like, that's in Blake's mind right now. Is like, wait a second, I've got to mind myself here.
Well, 68 laps to go. We will take you to the checkered flag after this. You're watching eRacers coverage of the Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. All right, back with you here, Rockingham. The Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation, running for its second year. And right now, Blake Reynolds leading a hard-charging Kevin McAdams, as well as Sean Butler, who's kind of moved within about 3 seconds of the race lead. I think just trying to push and make something happen on his slightly older tires. But so far, it's been all Reynolds. Pretty much all night, all 3.5 hours or so, roughly, that we've been running in this race.
Blake, that last time through, Kevin had a really awkward exit off of turn number 2, gave up a little bit more time and potentially a little bit more tire than he wanted to.
Owen DeGroot's going to get out of the way for him. I don't know. I just, the more this run plays out, I don't know if Kevin's kind of ultra saving strategy here is really going to pay dividends like we saw that last run. And we saw how much Sean kind of played into that first run. He and Blake battled pretty hard, but, you know, Blake doesn't have his hands full with Butler this run. If anything, Blake's running a little bit lower in 1 and 2 than, you know, he has been these last handful of laps or so.
You know, one of the things that I felt like really kind of started playing into Kevin McAdams' hand was the track temperature dropping. And I don't know if we can get that graphic up for just a second, just to kind of give an idea. Remember that this race started at 134 degrees Fahrenheit on the track temp, and it's very quickly fallen. It seems like every time we have a cloud that goes over the track, the temperature drops by about 10 degrees, and we've seen about 3 or 4 of them. And we'll get that graphic here in a second, but the temperature has... Actually, we'll get a replay real quick here, just to kind of see what happened to Jamie Ritchie Price. And I'm just coming down pit road. It's a regular pit entry right there. Good execution. And that's exactly a good pit entrance right there. So, as I was saying, the track temperature, there you go, 100 degrees. Air temperature's only dropped 1 degree, but that track temp's dropped 34.
Well, it started at 134. I think the most it got up to was 138. So that's why I'm sure a lot of drivers have, I mean, at this point, really gotten to know well how much the track has changed with those colder temps. Again, I thought, and I mean, to be honest with you, I was kind of worried when we let off the broadcast and looking at practice, which again was, you know, at about 11 a.m. or noon in sim time. I was worried that we were just going to be wrecking the entire race because everybody was so, you know, the setup was loose, track was hot. Nobody can make more than 5 laps without spinning out. I mean, I really, I even asked the drivers, hey, do we need to go to the fixed setup because I don't want us spinning all night? And they pretty much said, no, we're just trying to find the edge. And, well, they weren't lying because I was I was thinking every 15 laps or so we would be having a yellow, but that has not happened tonight. And, you know, props to these guys. Again, every time we run these 87 races, we have strategy coming to play for sure, and we do have, you know, a couple of yellows. But, again, 500 laps at Rockingham. You know, I run A-fixed races that are 50 laps at Rockingham, and I expect 3 cautions at least in that race. We've done that for 500 laps in the 87 cars on a setup that is loose. So, you know, hats off to these guys for making this a good show so far.
The harder the cars are to drive in iRacing, it seems like the cleaner the racing ends up being.
Yes. I've always said that, like, the general thinking is, oh, give them tight setups for fixed races because, you know, so they can drive it. Guarantee if you make the setups looser, people respect the setup a little bit more and don't drive over their heads.
They're not really thinking about getting position on the next car. They're thinking about not spinning out the next corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Right here, we got a battle for position, the 38 and the 92, although 4 laps down, still for position, and it has been back and forth with these two. It looks like, I believe, the 38 machine of Josh Christman's been able to close up on him over the last couple of laps. 92 had a bit of an issue going into one of the corners that closed that gap up, and it has been like that for the last couple of laps.
Close quarters right there. Russell on the top, Chrisman on the bottom, and well, there goes Chrisman. Again, he has a little bit fresher tires, but these guys will fight for every position, that's for sure.
I think that's going to settle that battle out, but man, it was a lot of close quarters racing, making me nervous. Oh, we got one spinning on the back stretch. Oh, Owen DeGroot. Never mind. Got it going straight. Whew. Started to blink out as he started to spin, so I thought he just lost it.
So we got 4 cars that are 1 lap down. Smith is pretty well clear of Brown, so that's not a close battle. We saw kind of those 4, Smith, Brown, Osmer, and Pancari, all kind of duking it out for a while. Smith has gotten the better end of that battle, so any caution that were to come out, he would be clearing away the lucky dog. Chatelaine, kind of unfortunately, oh, well, he's kind of experiencing some blinking issues, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to track him down, and he is, I was about to say he's on his own lap, but telling by his internet connection, he may be on his own planet right now because he is just blinking out all over the place. Still connected, though. I think he's able to get back, but he's kind of on his own right now, so he's not really around anybody, so hope that gets better, but, yeah, well. There he is.
Yeah, there we go. Tristan Baker, that whole last lap, looked like he had a flat tire. Was really slow through the corner. He was just basically riding the wall through 1 and 2. There is something evil underneath that car right now. He cannot get any speed. You just look. He'll have the 09 come by him, and it's like a whole nother gear he's in. He just can't keep up with those cars anymore.
Is there a wear percentage that you can get to in this car where this starts to happen, where you just kind of fall off the cliff?
I mean, it used to be like 10% you're pretty much wrecking. I honestly think it's kind of the percentage has increased to like 40 or 50 or so just because the tire life is so much longer now. But I think it's like there definitely is a threshold where, you know, you kind of fall off, you stabilize, and then I don't know what the number value is, but there is certainly a point where it's like, okay, this is the point of no return where, you know,
Yeah.
the tire's just gone and there's no bringing it back. I know on the old tire it was about 10% or so, and it was really obvious to tell when somebody was about to, when they had hit that number, because they would, you know, lose half a second over the course of a lap or so.
Yeah, that's one thing that really caught me by surprise last year, is just, you know, trying to stretch out that first run and almost spinning out right before I'm pitting. That was crazy.
We're going to report that it was someone said that they could get to about 30% and then the tire just went to junk.
This is all great information, guys. Thank you for helping me with my Firecracker 400 research.
Oh boy. See a little side-by-side battle here. It looks like Ryan Andrew will officially go a lap down and is now the lucky dog. So you want to get a lap back, you're going to have to pass that car right there. He is now gone 1 lap down. And that moves 3 cars onto the lead lap.
The one thing I remember specifically about this event, too, I know we've done a lot of, you know, 500, 600-mile races or so, but this is the longest in terms of time, because you think you can complete 600 miles at Michigan a little bit quicker than what you can do 500 miles at Rockingham, and I remember so many drivers from last year, Earnhardt included, that were, like, just... I got so many messages that were just like, thank you for ruining my entire Thursday, Blake, because I'm so sore, I'm so tired, I'm worn out, my arms are sore, my neck hurts, my back's sore. Like, I probably got 4 or 5 good messages from people that were just all worn out, and every single one of these drivers are pretty much going to fall into the same category. I think that, you know, we have, what, about 18 or so left. Well, these 18 drivers, they're going to go to bed, and they're gonna sleep well tonight. I know even Kevin was kind of telling me, you know, he, of course, got back from the gym this afternoon, and he said, you know what, I'm going to have to take a shower after this race, too. That is Christman, who I don't know if he was trying to pit. Obviously not, but got loose, collected on the apron. We've seen a lot of great saves tonight. A lot of drivers have been kind of using the apron to get sort of back the right way. As Chrisman runs in the 15th position, only car 5 laps down at the moment.
I think he just gets loose here. And oh, never
There's
mind.
a little bit of contact there.
That was very scary.
Wow.
Good save, though.
Yeah.
I definitely fall into that category, Blake. I was miserable. I went into the job and was just like, man, today's just gonna be rough. I had not done a race this long in a while, I guess, and I was kind of surprised, like how. I think it was just the lack of sleep mainly, because we did get over, pretty late. But I always get super focused, super amped up, and by the time the race is over, like the clock of like 2-3 hours starts ticking to where I could probably start to fall asleep. So
Yeah.
it's just your adrenaline, man. It can really, I think now that I'm older too, I start to feel that when I have a huge surge of adrenaline late at night, and then the next day I just feel it more for sure. I know Landon too. He messaged me and said, "Dude, I feel awful." And he's a professional athlete.
Yeah, and he does this for a living.
Yeah, and obviously,
I mean, he's
probably
run he ran a marathon after a Coke 600 one year.
Yeah, and obviously, like, he's usually not racing till 1 in the morning. Honestly, like, this car is also kind of challenging too, depending on your settings. Like, you're just the wheel moves around a lot, and you just got to be on top of it the whole time. So your brain's going, like, everything's going for 500 laps. Oh, it's just a lot.
Well, you see Pancari right there. He gets a pass right there. That is for a position over the 111 of Catalane right there. And you said he was, you guys were all tired and all of that, but I'm not sure any of you guys raced that entire duration with a VR headset on. And that's one thing that I just imagine adds a whole nother level of exhaustion, as he's got that whole setup. I love the Peugeot little there. He's got a Peugeot car, but that's
look how tight he's gripping the wheel.
Yeah, my goodness.
Like, you do that for 5 hours so this race at this pace is going to end just shy of 4 hours.
Yeah, his arms are a little more extended than my perfect position, my comfort zone. Honestly, looking at him, I feel like I could never do that. I could never finish this race. Like, I think I'd take off. I'd want to take those off after about like 30 minutes.
That's it.
I love him looking right. You can see side by side, and he's looking to the right or kind of giving quick glances.
This is cool. I love this. And he's in the middle of a battle, and he's dealing with Ryan Andrew on that outside. So he's trying to make it. See, he's looking into the mirror right there.
Oh,
trying to battle that
a little bit.
That loose condition, and doesn't want to go too far up. So see, he looks to the right. See if Ryan is pinching him into the corner. Whoa!
Oh! Well, again,
that's awesome.
And again, that's 4 hours of doing that, and that's what all these guys are doing. These, he corrects off at the corner, and
well, he does have a Donnie Schatz shirt on, so.
Oh, now we got a dog.
It looks like a cat. Oh, come on.
Was that a dog or was that a cat?
It looked like a cat.
It looks like a cat to me.
All right, well, I caught the tail end of it. No pun intended.
Yeah, literally the tail end.
We gotta see. Oh, it's the cat.
Oh. Is the cat gonna jump up on the wheel? Oh, he's in the lap. Oh!
Oh my goodness!
Completely unfazed.
Still in a side-by-side battle with Ryan Andrew. He tried to pet him. Was he trying to pet it, or was he trying to push it away?
Oh man! He's got to slow down. Oh no!
Pitting?
He's coming down pit road. All of that while managing pit road. Oh wow!
Oh, looks like he had to make an adjustment outside of pitting. Like, interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that was worth the price of admission there.
Yes, that is why you turn on a webcam, folks. That is great stuff right there.
Oh, I feel like an iRacing top 10 is in store for something like that.
Yes,
that's
yes.
amazing.
And hey, he's still running 8th. I think he was, and again, he can't take his headset off to check, but I think he thought that the cat was a lot closer. It was like he wanted to like make sure it wasn't crawling all over him or whatever.
It's an iRacing top 1. If it doesn't win, I don't. What does it take to win?
That was extraordinarily relatable. We've all been there in the middle of a race, and then our cat, dog wants to go outside, treats or what have you.
The thing that separates it was he was completely unfazed.
Yeah,
Did not
I mean, he
flinch,
was side by
side the whole time. That must happen. That was not the first time that's happened. Clearly,
no, absolutely not.
Well, and I don't think you could hear me. He's got stuff to be able to hear, so I bet you can't hear the cat walking up. I mean, I had when we had our dog around, he was a little Yorkie. It wasn't uncommon that he'd get walking close to the pedals, but you could kind of position your feet to kind of block him off, from getting back there. But I mean, the VR thing again, you can't take your headset off, Like you don't know until if a cat jumped up in my lap, I'd like flinch or something, or crash.
Yeah.
It is definitely sudden when it happens. Have a cat that jumps on you in the middle of the night, similar situation, scares the crap out of you sometimes. So.
Well, anyways, back up front, 25 laps to go. Reynolds has continued to extend his lead over Kevin McAdams. So impressive job by him because, after that last run, I think, there's a good argument to be made. McAdams had something for him. And McAdams into the wall, almost spun it off a 2.
Is this the part where we double rethink Kevin's strategy there? We just play Monday morning quarterback.
Well, I don't know. Like he was a 10th faster last lap. Reynolds is getting into quicker lap traffic.
Yeah. See how this plays out.
But just at this rate, he would need Reynolds to start sliding back and kind of lose the tire that he saw, he did earlier in the race. Trevor asked in the chat, "Is this thing over yet?" Just imagine, Trevor, this could have been you. Actually, I actually texted Trevor earlier. I'm gonna throw him under the bus here. I said, want to run 500 laps in the 87s at Rockingham tonight, and Trevor replied, "I can't tonight, unfortunately." That sounds like hell, though. But I am glad you had time to stream, though. Good on you. It's all good. Reynolds, your leader, 4.5 seconds ahead. I think McAdams has, I think he's tagged the wall one too many times. He may have a little bit of damage, and not sure if he can really bring that gap back down without something happening. Again, if we do get into a situation later on in the race, well, these are 1987 rules, so we'll do everything within our power in the last 3 or 4 laps or so to keep this thing green. But if we end under caution, guess what? We end under caution. We're doing 500 laps, no overtimes, none of that.
Ronnie Osmer about wrecked on the backstretch last time. He was just playing bumper cars, and his bumpers were the outside and the inside wall.
I really do like these long races, though. You get an opportunity to talk or discover things that you typically would never. Honestly, the Firecracker 400 goes by really fast.
Yeah, it does. I remember that last year because I actually made it, or not last year, 2 years ago. But I remember when I actually made it. Yeah, it flew by. Absolutely flew by.
We are going like 210,
Yeah,
220.
Carnogly
But
was the same thing.
yeah,
That race really flew by because we're going like 230.
yeah. This race in particular, I've never had a race feel longer. I think it's also, a psychological thing. Like you are going relatively slow. Like your min speed's, 110. I don't know exactly. But you're just, and things happen slowly. Like it takes a long time to set up a pass. It takes a long time to, a fuel run is forever.
Yeah. I mean, fuel run's about 100 laps here. And you also have to think, I mean, think of races that are 500 laps. Bristol, half mile. I know a lot happens there, and the sensation of speed is pretty high, and you have to be pretty focused. But, I mean, 500 laps here, not when you're running 15-second laps, but when you're running 25, 26-second laps, I mean, it just drags on and on.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't, again, which is insane to think about. The original distance of these races in the Cup Series it wasn't 500 laps, it was 492 laps, but they did used to run 500 miles here regularly. And, honestly, the races, if you go back and watch them, they look a lot like this. One driver has it figured out and pretty much either puts the whole field a lap down, several laps down, or close to it. And, that was just Rockingham back in the day, seeing Kyle Petty just absolutely wax the field.
And it's honestly kind of refreshing. When stages first came out in NASCAR, I actually really wanted stages. I felt like, the races needed to be broken up a little bit. But lately, I've just been kind of craving this kind of. That's why I loved Wilkesboro on Sunday, even though there wasn't as much passing as we might have wanted. I just loved the uninterrupted, just unfiltered, raw race. Like, regardless, obviously we want to see more passing and stuff, but races like this, I kind of cherish them more now than I ever have because we really don't get them that often.
Well, it takes a lot out of the crew chief's hands, and I'm all for let's hand points out in the middle of the race. I'm all for that. As far as the idea behind rewarding drivers for mid-race performance, I'm 100. I want to keep that. I love stages. I remember the first time, I was running FTF 6-7 years ago in NR 2003, and they introduced stages, which they didn't have cautions in them, but I loved that. I loved being able to decide, do I want to go after points or maybe go after a win and all those things. But yeah, having the planned caution, I think, cuts out a lot of what we've seen tonight. Blake Reynolds was the fastest car tonight. There's no doubt about that. There were also points in this race where, he played different strategy, and if that didn't work out, he wasn't going to win the race. And I think introducing that unknown to it makes it feel like a true, distance race. It feels like, oh, this is the Rockingham 508, and you're going to go 508 miles. It doesn't feel broken up, and I don't know. I agree with you there. I hope there's some way we can get back to, more of these type of races, because I know every single time we run one of these, whether it's this or the Gen 4 World 600 or anything like that, everybody has the same consensus. Like, man, it's actually kind of cool to run these races where you don't know what's going to happen, and you truly you're always thinking ahead about what could happen.
I think you can capture both. And there is actually a lot of really cool strategies that the Circuit of America's race presented.
Yeah.
I was even thinking, you really want a pit box after the start-finish line, just in case, you need to pit. The stage ends, but the stage is ending
Jeff
as
Burton.
pit road opens.
I was at that race in 2002. I was way too young to know what was going on, and I was probably just looking at Jeff Gordon's car. I hate that I missed that because that would have been really cool to actually understand in person when he pulled that strategy in the open.
It's like Blake's going to take 5 laps to go here, or is it 6?
It will be. He'll take 6 this next time by. But yeah, I mean, you know, tip of the cap to Blake Reynolds. Started 18th, drove through the field on the first run, and I think there's been no doubt about it. He has been the car to beat, and you know, at Rockingham, at a place that's so tough to get a grip on and to handle. I mean, when you have it figured out, you have it figured out, and you know, I love he's able to showcase it and do it like this to, you know, several people that, you know, are really, really good at these cars. I know, like, prior to the race, I wouldn't have tabbed Blake as, you know, the guy that was going to go out and, you know, take it to Kevin McAdams or Sean Butler, who have so much experience in these cars. But I think oftentimes we don't give enough credit to, you know, these guys that have been around the Coke Series for a long time and just how good and precise they are, and how, you know, even Blake may not have as much experience in this car as Sean or Kevin, but is still able to figure out how to get speed out of it.
Yeah, Blake's always been extremely smooth, consistent, and you really can't like force him into a mistake. And even if, you know, you make contact with him, which I have before, and he just doesn't spin. Like, he's just super well-rounded driver. Checks all the boxes. Clearly, that's why he contended for, you know, for that Coke title before. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool to have that as a barometer out there.
If the caution were to come out now, we would end the race under yellow, as we are just 2 laps away from the second annual Rockingham 508, benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation, being completed. 2 more laps for Blake Reynolds. Has a little bit of lap traffic just up the road, and Jamie Ritchie Price and Owen DeGroot, the car he made contact with a little bit earlier on in the race. But I don't imagine that will be a trouble for him now. Off of turn 4, white flag in the air, and 1 more lap around Rockingham for Blake Reynolds. Has been the dominant driver tonight, and it has not been in doubt since the first run, where he started back in the 18th position and drove up into the race lead. He's 7.5 seconds clear of second place right now. Up the banking and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Blake Reynolds, as he drifts to the line, will win the second edition of the Rockingham 508.
What a run. Just
That
absolutely
was
dominated.
incredibly impressive. We got amazing race here to the line, 55-35. We're going to race the line side by side. Who's going to get it? Looks like the 35 might be able to make it happen on the outside. 35 is going to be able to cross.
That was for position. And I wonder if Brett's just taking a bunch of breaths right now, like, oh, thank goodness it's over.
I wonder if his cat was on his lap for that last turn. That's the same guy, right?
It
35?
is.
Yeah.
So Blake Reynolds, your race winner tonight. Kevin McAdams in second, Sean Butler in third, and those were your only 3 drivers to finish on the lead lap tonight in a race that only had 3 caution flags. And again, I know we're saying congratulations to Blake Reynolds right now, but again, I think you got to give a tip of the cap to everybody in the field to run that long at this racetrack. Is pretty impressive, and the total race time, 3 hours and 57 minutes on the dot. 3:57. That's pretty incredible.
I think that's a new Rockingham 508 world record.
I think so. Well, I have the replay from last year. Well, because last year we definitely went into the 4-hour mark, because we probably had, 6 or 7 cautions or so last year, something like that. Although I believe we went about, it was about 120 or so green, I think, to start that race. Whereas tonight, I think it was just about 215, just shy of 215 laps that we went green for this one. Blake Reynolds, your race winner. Kevin McAdams brought it home in second. Butler was in third. He was your final car on the lead lap. Ryan Andrew, fourth. Justin Smith in fifth. 2 cars that are 1 lap down. David O'Brien was sixth. Brett Prinkari, seventh. Ronnie Osmer was eighth. Jill Chatelaine was ninth. And Timu Toika rounded out your top 10. Scott Rickard finished in 11th tonight. Art Reimer was 12th. Aaron Russell finished in 13th, 5 laps down, followed by Josh Chrisman in 14th. 15th was Tristan Baker. Jamil Hawkins finished in 16th. Dylan Picklesmeyer was 17th tonight. Tal Owen 18th. Jamie Ritchie Price 19th. And Owen DeGroot rounded out your top 20. Austin Minnick was 21st. Desi Desitel was 22nd. Justin Malillo, after his wheel broke, was 23rd. John Douglas 24th. Steve Olif 25th. Aaron Smith 26th. Michael Frisch 27th. Chris Wetz 28th. Gabe Wood, another driver who had his wheel break on him, was 29th. Cole Freilich, he didn't start tonight. So 29 cars took the green flag, and again, very impressive for everybody involved. And Blake Reynolds says in the chat, well, my arms hurt, but let's talk to him about it. Blake Reynolds, you're winner of the second running of the Rockingham 508, and I'm sure you just want to go to bed right now.
Hey.
Well, how was it for you?
I am very tired. Fun combo. Track changed a lot, at least 4 or 5 different times in that race. Bottom saving fest to kind of the middle line dominant, throwing it to the top. That ended up being the dominant line throughout the race, but tire track was rubbered in. The temps were fluctuating. The car would get loose, car would get tight. One run would have way more tire wear than another. The race had everything. I just don't know if y'all could see it.
Well, that's the one thing I wanted to ask you about is, so going through each of these runs, they're all a little bit different. I know that second to last, that second to last run, you were really loose. Kevin was kind of running you down. How do you kind of approach that last run then, trying to get a hold on that and hold Kevin off?
Well, Kevin just told me he actually cut the fuel on that second to last pit stop with like 100 something to go, 180 to go or something. And so he actually had to pit before me. He like had to pit. He was out of gas. So I thought he was just trying to undercut me. But I was full fuel every run. I didn't cut the fuel to try to get some handling. I just went for it. So I think I had a 7 or 8 lap advantage to the end. I just knew if I caught, I saw his lap times on my caps on my left monitor, and I was like, oh, okay, he's saving. So I full bore caught him, ran him down, passed him, just sat in front of him for about 30 laps, and then I think he was starting to struggle a bit, and I just kept my balance, kept my temps in check. If you save too much, you burn the right front too much, as you know, Blake. So I just went full out from there, hoping to keep the balance, and it sure held. I was putting in some of the fastest laps of the night. Very end. Felt pretty good.
All right, Blake. Well, congratulations, and
shout out to the Dale Jr. Foundation, everyone that donated, by the way, and Apex Gaming PCs on the car. I completely forgot I had this paint scheme. It's a beautiful ride. Thanks to Cosman for doing that, and thank you for putting this on, and thanks eRacer for broadcasting this. And do I win anything for this race?
You do. Once all the donations and everything have been tallied, I will get to you guys for the top 5 being paid out.
All right. Well, how about this? Do not pay me. Donate it. Whatever I earned.
Oh, well, that is very kind of you, Blake. All right. I'll keep that in mind. But thank you very much. And again, congratulations on this win.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Good job, man.
All right. That's Blake Reynolds. Why don't we do kind of a tandem interview here? We'll knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Kevin and Sean, how was it?
Knocked out 2 birds. Jarvis has fallen. Kevin McAdams did not win the race.
Kevin.
Oh, I didn't. So when I came in here, I was very confused because I could not hear Blake at all. So I don't know what's going on with that. But
Uh-oh.
what a
Oh.
what a very long race. I told these guys, like between myself, Sean, and Blake, that one of us were probably going to win it, and we just need to not, take each other out. And then Blake and Sean were racing like hell about halfway in, and I thought, well, this is my chance. And then tires, I don't know what I was doing wrong. My rear tires were on fire for about 80% of the race, and then the second to last run, I figured something out, but I short fueled, trying to keep the weight off of the rear tires to keep them from wearing. And I think that was a double-edged sword because I was really fast on the long run, but it also set me back about 10 laps on Blake's tires. So didn't nail the strategy like I wanted to, but all in all, this combination is a blast. I think I think Sean will also speak on it, but the Highline just being the way it was, I don't know what they changed, but you could not only save up there, but it ended up being the preferred place to be for about the last 50% of the race. So it was just a matter of getting as close to the wall as you could without hitting it. And even if you did hit it, it didn't really seem to matter. But making sure you didn't spin the tires off the corner. It was just a save game at that point. So a little disappointed in that, but regardless, still a fun night. Really happy that you, Blake, put this on, and Josh and Zach, and looks like Brian decided to say hello during the broadcast. I'm looking forward to Drafty Car. I'm really looking forward to that. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be fun. But real good cause. That's the one of the biggest reasons why I run these races. It's for charity. It's for fun. It's not necessarily about a big prize pool. It's just about a bunch of us having a blast in this car that we love.
Thank you, Kevin. Sean, anything to add to that?
I could pretty much echo what Kevin was saying. At the beginning of the race, and I guess the first 3/4 of it, were pretty typical Rockingham. It was fun. We can move around. The bottom was working, top was working, so you can make either one. And toward the end, you just couldn't run anything but the top, which is kind of what I feared, coming in. But I don't know. Whatever iRacing, whatever you did to the tire and the track, don't do it again, because it kind of put a damper on this car for a little bit. But I mean, overall, it was fun. The 508's become one of the events that we look forward to every year. For the 2 years in its existence. So all in all, fun time. Thank you, Blake, again for putting this on. You guys for sitting through that and broadcasting everything, and everybody who donated to the Dale Jr. Foundation. Like Kevin said, it's for the good cause. But yeah, overall, first 3/4 of the race for me were good. I kind of destroyed my tires in like the second to last run, and I don't know what happened after that. I just didn't have anything. The car just was not the same, so I couldn't figure it out. But like I said, overall fun night. Congrats to Blake. He was obviously the favorite to win the whole time, and he had it figured out. He's a lot better at saving tires than I am, so I got a bunch of work to do. But like I said, looking forward to the next race. Still can't be disappointed with a third, and I would love to win, but hopefully my win is coming in these races. I've been through a lot in these long 87 races, but hopefully it's coming. But overall, fun time. Can't be disappointed. But looking forward to the next one, absolutely for sure. And that firecracker thing that's coming up too. That's going to be fun.
I was about to say, would you trade all the bad luck you've had in R87 events if it meant you won the firecracker?
There are some Coke drivers, I will not name any, that look forward to that more than their Coke races. So yes, I would definitely love to have a firecracker win under my belt. But that's one of the goals this season. I feel I'm got myself pretty good at Daytona in this car. It's going to be so crazy this season. I feel it's going to be, more competitive than ever. And I'm so looking forward to it. I hope everybody else is too. And definitely got it circled on the calendar now for sure.
The Firecracker 400. You know what's crazy about that? I don't know if you heard, Sean, but we announced the registration date for that.
Yeah, you kind of told me so I could make the content we released a little while ago. So I kind of had to put it in the video.
You could play along to where I'm going with this.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know when it is because I'm not on the inside.
Okay.
I don't know why you said it like that, Kevin. It's
Jeez.
July 4th, Independence Day, Great American Day, day that is so synonymous with the Firecracker 400, is the time in which you guys can begin your road to infinite glory.
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome. Brian
Infinite
has a
glory
better way.
until
Brian
it goes
has
away next year.
Yeah. Why did you say that, Blake? We invite you to broadcast on our network, and you're just gonna come over here and slander us. Wow.
Sad.
Unbelievable.
All right, the music's playing. I think it's we're getting the hooks
Tells
here.
me Zach is tired.
I'm
ready.
I think everybody's tired.
I'm ready for another 500 miles. You see, Art was in there. He's like, I can go another 100. I'm like, you're nuts.
Nothing's stopping them from being out there still. The
That's
session's still
true.
up.
All right, for anybody that's hung around, again, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Rockingham 508. Again, like everybody's mentioned, this is all for a good cause, so we're all here rallying for the Dale Jr. Foundation. I'm excited to see and talk to those folks tomorrow and see everything that you guys were able to donate. I'll do my final tallying on my end and kind of post on social tomorrow exactly where that marker lands in terms of, everything we were able to raise from this event. Shout out to Underdog Fantasy as well. They are going to match all the contributions that our drivers made in their entry fees for this race, and they'll be doing that for every single race this year. So, again, I want to thank them for supporting all of our efforts here. And thank all you guys for watching. So, until next time, well, good night. Get out of here. Bye.
Leave.
Go to bed.